Miigwech, Wajie Mizwe. I'm going to ask Elder Lucy to stand by for actually, if you want to come up now. Jabakan Gadik. Miwe Gwajie Minawa Gakana. Ma Gabijaik. Egamina Ganwabandamik. Wegamawachit Nanunk. Ma Ugumakana Gamawachit Dajma Moose Cree First Nation. Miwe Nongum Gagijgak Chigishigadek. Miwe Mama Nisigijiga Tazinjaganunk. 지금 스테이게 온 나는 못 지가대 스테이게 온 다신 지가대 내가 스테이게 대하면 깨비지 녹음 가기지가 내가 마지금 나신 노에 녹음 기지가 마지그 머니 기지가대 내가 다스 가니는 그 우잠다는 그 지기즈덱 마지금 머문에 다고나 그 징크 기제바 아주 아득 세나농 녹음 가 덕신나농 마지금 문에 다고나 스테이 Dayaman gina nakamay mando. Ego miyagis back in Gadik, miyagis gagwijmago, honokamategi. We'll ask the Nandrum to open today, this beautiful day, to open in a good way with a song, and then we will have Elder Lucy Long Peter open today's session with a prayer. Yeah, miyagich. Yeah, that's it.
Hello? Request drummers. Thank you for the beautiful opening song. Uh, Good morning, everybody. Miigwest. Daton mina hebitche mamohota hota enenoski mashkegwa deke. Egumaganesta oma enenoski Moose Cree First Nation gadon tishnichatek. Pashish bago peg ni don. I just wanna say good morning and thank you for us being here for the conference to be held here in the Mushkegowuk territory and especially here in Moose Cree First Nation. I'd just like to say a few words, not very long. I would like to thank Chief Loon for his beautiful words yesterday, that he reminded us, for his reminder that we didn't acknowledge, and remember our protocols, especially us elders too. Sometimes we just allow we go with the flow, and I learned a lesson on Chief Loon's words that, we always have to, sitting on the Elders Council, that's part of our duties is to, make sure that protocols are followed and go by what the conference needs, and especially the community to what they need. Also to recognize certain people that are from the community that are sitting in this circle. But I say miigwech to Chief Loon, miigwech deton. Gumaga nesta meswe utaga bejirote chiket dostahik nesta okoya okamahanek. Lucy Longpeter and Dishnichasan. What did they give joke? No come up and namashopen at Dobaskat gives joke. So my ancestors are also from this territory, the Mushkegowuk territory, so I feel a really deep connection being here. And also I was born here in Moose Factory, but I never lived here. I just was born here and swept away to be raised by my grandparents. How they used to do it, Weshkach, the oldest child would go to the grandparents, and that's what happened to me. And I never regretted it at all. I felt very blessed to be raised by my grandparents, and I didn't call them kukum or mushum. I called them mom and dad because that's what they were to me. But enough of that, and we'll get going with the prayer. We're on a limited time here today. Oh, Kshemento, Muskajunavix, Gondishinhas and the Mando Dem. Kshemingwash Kshemento de Don. Hey, Mam Huet, Yahanishminagaki Shigak. Nestamaga Pemata Sone Miniach Mr. Kshemento. The spin one Kshemento, Koyes Cheminopanakanaskaki Shigak. Koyes Geminano, Koyes Tostamach, Wenekana Yamit. Kashemento, which Henan Kashemento, Koyes Totamachota, Eapiach, Apatisnano, we to Chagate, Gona, Usche, and a Noka, Kaitachak, Utetiche. Kashemento, Kaschaminguas, the Don. Siganes and Ute, Ekipejirotian, Estanina. Egoshamaga and the Spenamon, Kashemento. Kiwiya Hanoshka Gishigak. Koyes Chaminopaniach Missoe, Ekiwiya Shamando. Nagachenan, next tamaga. Nagachek, Hoko in a Noaka Tachakotaya, Moose Cree First Nation Gadanoch. Wichenan, Missoe, and the Noski, Hotete, Mashkegok, Kaitachak Shamando. Egoshamanesta, Kitamagenemek. Anike Kitamagenemek J, Anike Kaya Hosachik. Kashehawk, Koshkanigok, Koshkanigaskok, awashashak chichi shak miswe. Nagachik, nagwichihinan, etikashe haoyak, chiyo, chetiyo, chiyo, kaskanamahata, kanikika, nigantike kabeche matasachikashemanto. Ekoshe maga, kitamaga naman ang kashemanto. Chamingwash the don. Oh, mingwash, mingwash. Oh.
Miigwech, miwe nananakma, awe kchiha Lucy Long Peter, kagi pakanang miigwech. Ego mina ano kagi nagamwach, kagi madegewach. Bueno, ka bakanamwach, ka mawachit nanok. Miwe wachim nawaga kana maga bijaik, mabindigamung. Ego mina kaganobandamik. Miwe nungum kagijgak chigishtiga degwe ka mawachit nanok. Miwe mama unsagijga. مشتهي تجنجاني عمغان مشتهي جي تجنجانون يوين شتم غاجيش غاك كنجيكو ماجي تنبنانون ego mina gunago ego mina nongum miejnago ki duge ga jigischga de gaknage wonan ga witajnjga degen mi wa jagi unachga de janma jigi wenanong nongum anunakshin mishe ge yaksek ga wedudam. So I just wanted to acknowledge again, Miigwech, to the elder for the opening prayer and the song, the Nan drum for rendering the opening song. And thank you for the good opening, Miigwech. Again, I will say it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day in Moose Cree First Nation. The sun is out, coming across the water on the boat this morning. A little bit of mist in the air. It's almost feeling like fall. So don't say that in the the season will be changing. And I'm looking forward to the fall season, actually. The fall harvests that will be happening. So I will forego the recap. What I'd like to do is, it's obvious that we've had a really packed agenda. We've had a really fulsome discussion. Day one, we went until about 8 p.m. Yesterday, we went as long as we could before the awards ceremony and the presentation. And today, we have a packed agenda. We will monitor the quorum count for any resolutions, but for now, we will keep going with the presentation. So we're going to shuffle the order a little bit on the agenda. It's obvious. And so what we will be doing is I'm going to read through the order that we will follow, and staff are typing it up, and that'll be handed out. Maybe I'll get my colleague Isaiah to help out Rebecca, because I know you've got the list. She has the list, but we just want to make sure that we have the right order. But here's what we will do. So this is day 3. We've had the opening protocols, the opening prayer. What we will start with is from yesterday. We had on the agenda, and again, all of these agenda items will be more condensed, more brief. Kanino ko'y pabaji nanong. Kanino ko'y nangangajigad but it's just with the limited time, we will have the presentations and so that we can get to resolutions this afternoon. So from yesterday, we had the Jordan's Principle and Choose Life discussion with Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse, and then he was going to get into the Ontario Final Agreement implementation and Community Engagement Plan update. So we'll give that to Bobby Narcisse to start. Again, it'll be more condensed presentation. And then following that, we will have the NAN Council updates. So we'll have the Elders Council, the Women's Council, and the Ushkadza Council. 30 minutes for those presentations, so roughly 10 minutes each. And I'd like to remind the Advisory Council of that 10 minutes each. I don't see the youth or the Women's Council representatives in the room, but just a reminder. Oh, there we go. We get of the time allocation. Following that, we will go to the original 10 a.m. item. So there's 3 separate items that we will merge together. They're all related. The NAPS and NAN Legal Services Working Group, as well as the update on the enforcement and prosecution of our laws and bylaws under the Indian Act. And then the discussion that was requested, the discussion on police-involved deaths. So those 3 will be discussed together. They'll be led by Deputy Grand Chief Mike Matatawaban to start. As a reminder, there will be another NAN Chiefs meeting October 7, 8, and 9. I'm not sure where, it might be in Thunder Bay, but that will be an opportunity to continue those discussions. So this will be a shorter, condensed presentation. Following that, we will then go to yesterday's agenda item, the youth movement. We'll have Ramon Katakwapit and Shem Matness. Following that, we will then go to the recognition of Ushkipimachuan, the Wenjack Education Institute. And following that, we will go back to, from yesterday, the AFN charter. It's just we'll make it a 5-minute presentation. There will be some changes coming to the AFN with their charter coming up at the assembly in a couple of weeks in Winnipeg. So Mike Sherry has a quick overview. We'll make it 5 minutes. Yeah, thank you. Following that, then we'll go back to this afternoon's items, which are the update on nuclear waste, and then the Wawate Archives update, and then getting into the resolutions. Having said that, that's the order. We know we are limited with time. It's not likely that we'll get to everything, but we want to deal with resolutions as well. So we're printing that off. We'll hand that around to chiefs so that you have a copy. One of the other things we want to do is a video that we will be showing. I think it's about a 10-minute video. And it's following up with last night's honoring here at the banquet. Just want to clarify when we're doing that video. So we are going to do the special video. So Catherine Chichu is here. If you want to come up with family as well. And we had the special honoring for Earl, the late Earl Chichu last night. And there is a video that we wanted to share. So the family of the late Earl Chichu are here. And I believe it's about a 10-minute video. And I'm not trying to rush everyone, but every item today, we are condensing it. And but it's important to have our discussions in a good way, in a proper way. So I think it'll be Catherine that I'll give it to introduce the video.
Yeah. Good morning, miigwech. I traveled here to Moose Factory back in January of 2023 for the groundbreaking ceremony of the new hospital that will be built in the mainland for the Muskegowuk territory. And when I was here that time, I came across to visit the chief and council, and Earl, who was then the deputy chief, pulled me into his office at the band office just over here. And he talked to me about his family, a bit of their history, and just the state of health and healthcare in the region. And then he started talking to me about what happened to her mother many years ago. So back in the fall, November, December of 1968, her late mother, who was only 29 years old, became ill here in Moose Factory. And Minnie's husband, Thomas Chichu, which, by the way, this arena, this facility that we are in, is named after Thomas. So Thomas took his wife to the hospital here a number of times in December of that year, 1968. And they were denied the proper care that she needed. And then she subsequently passed away in December, on December 12th, 1968. And as I said, she was only 29 years old. And they had 4 kids, 4 children: Mary, Douglas or Doug, Richard or Rick, and Earl. And once this became news about what happened to Minnie, CBC TV crew came up here and they did a news clip of the family and of this incident and of the state of healthcare in this region. And even though this happened 56 years ago, the reality is still very much the same. And when we were having this discussion yesterday, I'm not sure which chief or delegate directed Nan to focus and to redouble our efforts to address what is happening now in terms of emergencies or the current priorities and health, the many concerns that we have with the state of healthcare, while we are working towards the longer term goal of health transformation, that we also need to focus on what is happening right now. And this documentary that we will show you, even though it was made back in 1968 or 69, after Minnie's passing, it's still very much a reality for many of our communities and many of our families. And so I just want to honor Earl's request, because when we were in his office, he showed me this video. He pulled out his laptop and he said, I want you to see this and to watch this video. And he said, if there's a non-health meeting sometime in the future, I want to show that video to the leadership. But I left, and then Earl left, and so we never had a chance to play this video to the non-leadership. And so when we came up here, I thought this would be a good opportunity for us to all watch it. And so his family's here, Catherine, who will introduce it, and the family.
Wajay Miswe, Catherine Chichu Dishnagas. I'm the eldest daughter of late Earl Chichu. And thank you for coming to our community. To begin, you've all received some sweetgrass. And sweetgrass is a very special medicine to my family. We'd go and harvest it past couple years. And what you have is some of what we've harvested over the last 2 years with my dad and my children. So that's my gift to you on behalf of our family for about what we're about to do. We're gonna talk about the experience that my grandmother Minnie had while in the hospital here. that hospital that still stands there today, the hospital that we continue to go to receive services. And, you know, when you think about the health transformation, you think about what has changed. So I ask you to keep that in mind and to also keep that kindness in mind. You know, Sweetgrass teaches us to be kind to ourselves and to our relatives. And the people who work in the healthcare services, they're our relatives. And we have to be kind to each other if we want things to change. The other important thing about kindness is we have to honor our truth. We have to tell our truth. And what you're about to see is my family's truth. My family's truth about how we lost my grandma, Minnie, because of the type of healthcare that was provided or the lack of healthcare. And, you know, all our communities, I feel like we're still experiencing that today. And I think about my dad's reasoning why he had asked to share this video, which is so deeply personal to all of us. He wanted to tell you what happened to his mom that night. He wanted you to know and to understand how it impacts, how decision-making can impact generations. Please keep that in mind as you make your decisions at this table as well. And the other reason why I could think was that he believed in leadership. He believed that changes can be made when we work together, when we become united. And there's so many systems that need to be changed, that need to be looked at. And the only way we can do that is by working together. And he demonstrated that in his action every day when he worked in the child welfare area. And I think with that, you know, I want to honor my family for being here. They didn't realize that we were going to get up. And I admire their bravery for stepping up, for coming here, and for being with all of you, and also for standing together as we honor my grandma Minnie, and then also the legacy of advocacy that my dad has started for our family. So with that, I'll ask our tech group to start the video, and also ask that you, there is going to be some very dated words used, racism. You'll see the racism in the video. So please take care of your hearts. It could be triggering. And then with that, I'll do a quick closing after that. We got you.
Moose Factory is 650 miles north of where I sit in Toronto tonight. In that isolated James Bay community, some 1,400 Cree Indians support themselves by trapping, lumbering, maintenance, the inevitable welfare check, or employment in the island's only real industry, the federally operated Moose Factory General Hospital. And that's where Barbara Frum found our next story.
The hospital has been there since 1953, built to minister to the Indians and Eskimos who are flown in or brought by boat from all over the James Bay region. For the Indians of Moose Factory, that white-run hospital has recently become the focus of all the bitterness and resentment that Indian people across the whole country are increasingly expressing against white dominance and interference in their lives. The triggering incident in Moose Factory was the death last December of Minnie Chichu, a 29-year-old Indian mother. On December 14th, Minnie's husband, Thomas, went personally by Skidoo to beg that one of the hospital's 2 vehicles maintained to transport patients to the hospital be sent out for his wife. He described her symptoms to the nurse on duty: high fever, vomiting of blood, dizziness, labored breathing. But when the nurse telephoned the hospital's medical director, Dr. Clifford Bridge, and described those symptoms over the telephone, he suggested that the young Indian woman could wait for treatment until morning. He had recently put into effect a new ruling limiting ambulance pickups after 5 in the afternoon, except by his own authorization. And so, to save the payment of 4 overtime hours of pay to an ambulance driver, no vehicle was made available that night for Minnie Chichu. Perhaps a sound decision, certainly a sad outcome. And feeling in Moose Factory is still unhappy 5 weeks later.
Many of the people do not want to go to this hospital unless they are really sick, unless they are forced to. they'd rather stay at home if they're sick until they realize they've got no other choice.
I think that things are pretty heated up at the present time, both in the hospital and in the community.
What do you think changed the atmosphere 3 or 4 months ago?
We've had a new administrator. He's another, what we call a colonial master. That's his attitude. He's served in Africa and he thinks he's back here in England and this is an empire. So he's going to run it on that basis. So you chop laws and you chop everything possible, irrespective of whether you're affecting a human being. Human being is not important. And I think possibly the whole thing that really started it was the death of Mrs. Chichu.
That's when I tried to get the ambulance. The nurse came down and talked to me. And I told her that my wife was sick and she was, when he coughed, she was bringing up blood. And so he phoned Mr. Bridge, and Dr. Bridge told the nurse for me to bring my wife the next morning, 9 o'clock.
Her room was just directly across the hall from mine, and where my bed was and her bed, I could just see right across the hall. And they were trying to feed her, and it seemed to me that she was, again, this is just opinion, that she was quite too sick to be fed. I mean, they would be opening the oxygen tent and then closing it and cooling off her soup and trying to feed her, and it just didn't seem that she was even interested at all in food. It was Christmas time, so they were busy decorating the halls and things, and the graduate nurse was around them, but he wasn't in a room. They were up hanging decorations and dancing around and that kind of thing. So she didn't have a steady special at all. And so they went in, and he asked her, was she cold? And she was moaning and saying, yes, yes, very cold. And she was screaming for her mother. The screaming was quite bad, and then it became heavy, heavy gasping. And I heard the aide say, she's going to tear the intravenous out, because she must have been writhing in the bed. And then it was just dead silence. Oh, when she did die, Dr. Bridge came out again, and they asked him would he call the family, and he said no, he wouldn't. He'd leave it for the graduate nurse to do it.
Since this happened to your wife, have you needed the ambulance again?
I didn't bother asking for an ambulance. I just called somebody else to take my boy up to the hospital.
Would you say the Indian people are making good use of that hospital now?
Well, I feel that many of them feel that when they come to the hospital, they come for medical treatment. And if they're ill, they want to see a doctor. They don't want to wait 4, 5, 6, or 7 hours to see a doctor. I mean, it's as plain as that. I see people there at 9 o'clock, and I come back at 12 o'clock, and they're still there. I don't pay any attention to it, but now that this thing has happened, I have been paying more attention to it.
Well, I was talking to this gentleman here today, last night, and he was saying he was trying to get this ambulance service for his boy, whereby he was refused. And he said, I'm at a stage whereby that I'm capable of taking my gun there, and, you know, I have enough frustration in me to go a little too far, so they say. Well, you gotta be an Indian to actually feel this, you know.
When I arrived here, I ran into all sort of trouble with regard to personnel hiring. Every time I suggest that we should hire someone from the island, I get the old bogey. Well, he's not capable. She's not suitable. Well, I said, why? If we don't give them a chance, how would we know? Well, Mr. So-and-so's wife just arrived on the island. And this person might be a civil servant just arriving from Ottawa or somewhere. His wife is looking for a job, or his daughter's looking for a job. Why don't you give them a ring?
Are there many openings for Indian people within the hospital? Is the hospital a big employer?
The hospital is the biggest on the island.
Dr. Purser had a young Indian girl who was her secretary and quite competent. Immediately Bridge comes in, he slings her out and he brings in an English woman, and she's getting a little fat salary, and she doesn't need it. Her husband happens to be administrator of the Indian Affairs.
Well, he thinks he's the almighty God as far as I'm concerned. he thinks he's more or less he's starting his own colony here, you know, British Empire or some kind of his own. Which I believe will be overthrown if he keeps this up.
I'm wondering why you think that the feeling about you is of such personal dislike. Why have they fastened on you and your personality so strongly?
I have no idea. Maybe I'm different.
Different to what?
Well, I think that my English personality is probably different to a Canadian personality. The fact that I'm reticent, not too communicative, doesn't mean to say I have no heart.
The one case that we've been able to come to grips with is the case of Mrs. Chichu and this death. Do you think this has played a big part in the feelings in the community now?
I think there may be played a big part, but this is a thing I'm not prepared to discuss publicly. I assure you that that Mrs. Chichu's death and the transportation have no connection at all.
Is there a reason why the taxi didn't go in that case?
Yes, I suppose, in fact, I was asleep. I was asleep at the time when the call came in and there was a request. And it was put to me that I didn't think the matter was as urgent as it was, and said that he could go first thing in the morning. But from the time of the call and the patient coming to hospital, the patient was in the hospital as quickly as would have happened if the taxi had gone out.
We've heard complaints that jobs have been opened for the wives of other officials in the community that were formerly held by Indian people.
Well, I don't know about this. I cannot speak because, as I say, I'm not aware of this since I've been here.
I think your own secretary was given as an example. She's the wife of the local Indian superintendent, and this was one of the examples given.
I see. One has to remember, let us be absolutely fair about this, that, shall we put it this way, that one has to have a confidential secretary and also a fairly good typist and shorthand typist. And I don't think, as far as I remember, that any applicants had shorthand and typing.
Now, what about the unhappiness of medical staff?
There is none.
Do you see this thing that you're doing as some lifetime job? Do you plan to stay in the North?
I plan to stay in the department if I can.
The North has some appeal for you.
It has, yes.
What do you like about it?
I like the people, I like the country, I like the quiet life. I'm not a citizen.
In northern communities, people are forced to live in much closer contact than are we in what the northerners call the outside. The winters are long and wearing. For 12 weeks a year, the island of Moose Factory is actually cut off during freeze-up and break-up. People feed off each other emotionally. Trivial incident can swell into a major incident. Minnie Chichu is dead, and certainly one observation is hard to escape. The atmosphere in Moose Factory between the Indian people and Dr. Bridge is very far from healthy.
Miigwech for listening and watching. I think the last thing that I'd like to share, and it won't take too long, is that was 56 years ago when we lost my granny, Minnie. And December 22, 2024 was the last time that my dad, Earl, had attended the hospital here. And there were a number of concerns that my family is left with regard to his care. And I won't be getting into details because there's still a lot of trauma that has emerged from that week. And we're left with many questions. And in time, we will be addressing those as a family. And I thought it was important to state that because we're here honoring my dad, and you know, he was a big advocate for systems change, and to know that, you know, the systems, you know, it impacted him his whole life, you know, like there was also a fear of hospitals because of what happened. And I know that each one of our families probably carry that trauma and similar experiences. And I want to just acknowledge that as well. We're very grateful that the time was given for our family here, you know, to honor our grandma, our mom, Minnie's experiences, and then also to honor my dad's request to share this story with you. It means a lot to us. And with that, I think I'll close off and just remember, you know, that gift of sweetgrass. You know, there's times where we're going to be so mad, so angry when we advocate, but it's because we're hurt. You know, we're hurt at the racism. We're hurt at everything that's accumulated and compounded because of all this colonial systems and policies. But if we speak from the heart and if we remember to be kind to each other, I think we can really make a lot of positive changes. Miigwech.
Miigwech to the Chichu family. I know this is a very emotional, but also very powerful issue. And just watching the video and seeing the impacts. And I was reminded that this is in line with the discussions that you've had over the last 2 days dealing with health and the need for change, the need for making things better. So that will be one of the resolutions that will be coming forward, and the very important discussion that you've had regarding health and healthcare, proper healthcare for our people. And that discussion will continue. So I'd like to acknowledge and say miigwech to the Chichu family as they return to their seats. What I'm going to ask is maybe a smudging with the elders. Terry, Kadon's Ganaban, a smudging to help with the family and also around the room. Miigwech and ticket. And I do see some of the chiefs and the delegates are approaching the family. And as we have the smudging, we'll have the smudge available in the room around the assembly for chiefs and delegates and any others that are here in the room. We will allow for that time right now. Very good. I have no paper. I have not. I have my own papers. There's nothing. No, actually, you have a paper that you're reading on. Oh, no, I didn't see it. So I will turn it over to my colleague, Chair Connie, as we finish up with this and have the smudging. And I know chiefs are coming to acknowledge the family. But I will be turning it over to Connie for the next agenda item and lead into the next topic. Yeah, Migach.
Get some more. No, not. Get some water.
Just give them that time to finish shaking their hands. It was very hard to watch that video. And I think a couple of years ago there was a similar tragedy like that of a young lady that was in a hospital who passed away. Her name was Joyce. Are they going to do a smudging around too? Should do a smudge of the room, eh? Cut it off. You want to inappropriately start something. It's not proper to tell a joke either.
It was a postage.
Iniguinandam Maminikayan, Miigwachindanandam to the community, the amazing job that you're doing to host a big event like this. And from last night, this was your third big event. So, amazing. You're doing an amazing job. Just want to really acknowledge that and appreciate the hard work of the people of Moose Cree. And I've been looking for my longtime friend Emily Ferry since I've been here, but I haven't seen her yet. So call out for Emily. And I want to thank the family too for sharing their story and how their story is so Doshia Semruk that is still happening today. I want to thank the smudgers too, because it was really hard to watch that video. It's important to do that that cleansing after to carry those, so we don't have to carry the hurt that I felt hurt watching it, and that we can smudge that. Where's Bobby? Where'd Bobby go? So all right, this morning we did some moving things around. We tried to put 20 items in on the agenda, figuring out and there should be a revised agenda coming to the delegates. So we're gonna get we're gonna get started again. Basically, the two items that, Deputy Narcisse will be, presenting are updates on the work that is being done. So the first, update that he's gonna do, a brief update, is on the ongoing, issues with, Jordan's Principal and Choose Life. So with that, I'm gonna call upon, Deputy, Grand Chief Narcisse to come and do his update. You're by yourself on this one, eh? You're by yourself on this one, eh?
I got Chief's Tate.
Okay. All right, so with that, I'll call, Deputy Grand Chief.
Okay. Teresa. Yeah. Good morning. Bonjour, Wachier. My name is Bobby Narcisse. I'm your Deputy Grand Chief in charge of these two files I'd like to give you an update on. I'd like to also acknowledge the territory of Moose Cree. Also acknowledge Chief Wesley for having us on his beautiful territory this past week. I'd like to acknowledge our Elders Council, our youth, our women. Also, I'd like to acknowledge our very hardworking staff at Nishnawbe Aski Nation, who's been working very diligently, especially our team within social services as well, who's been working very diligently with your communities, with these particular areas on Jordan's Principle and Choose Life that I'm going to have a brief update. I'd like to really acknowledge the work and support of our Chiefs Committee on Children, Youth, and Families, who has really helped guide this work over the past 10 years, and who's been very instrumental in guiding this process and bringing these recommendations to chiefs in assembly. I also like to acknowledge our legal team at Faulkner's LLP for really being instrumental in ensuring that we have a strong voice at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. And they're working very diligently for us. I'd like to acknowledge Faulkner's team on the legal team as well. We do have Mick Daniel and David Schwartz online as well for support. I'd also like to acknowledge our child welfare agencies as well, who we want to bring back with a working relationship, as these changes really also affect how services are going to be rendered within our communities. So we're going to have Irene Tomatuk from Peokatano up here as well to say brief few words as well in terms of some of the challenges and things that we need to really work on together as we move ahead. Also, the band reps and all the different prevention workers that are out there that we've been in contact with that help us really guide the work that we want to do. But before we get into that, I just really take my part and have my privilege here to acknowledge people that we lost as well. I know Brenda Fox's younger brother passed away, and Brenda has been also a very integral part, good technical support on our Chiefs Committee on Children, Youth, and Families. And we just wanted to say to Brenda and her family and the community of Mishkigoguming that our thoughts and prayers are with you during these very tough times. I also like to bring attention to back home. I know that my chief, Sonny Gagnon, is not here. He's attending a funeral for one of my childhood best friends, Marcel Gagnon Jr. They'll be laying him to rest today. And I just wanted to say that our thoughts and prayers are with the family of Marcel, or as his friends called him, Lurdy. I'm sorry I'm not there to be with you today, but our thoughts and prayers are with you as we lay our good friend and our family member to rest today. So to the community of Earl, our thoughts and prayers today. So miigwech. So I'd like to get into the update for Jordan's principle and some of the implementation and challenges that are there. So I just want to go through this very quickly there. So as you know, there's been a lot of challenges with Jordan's principle. There's a lot of backlogs in application processes, and this is due to an operational bulletin that was put upon all of our community members across Canada even. So this operational bulletin was put down back in February 2025, and it increased the administrative burden and delayed access to services. So there is systemic delays and inconsistent communication impacting the service deliveries. There's recent court cases that reinforce the broad application for Jordan's principle in the child's best interest. And we worked with the Chiefs of Ontario in the last Chiefs Assembly where they passed a resolution supporting a regional reform process with NAN. So apparently the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ruling in non-compliance. In January 29th, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal found that Canada was non-compliant, and they ordered Canada to address the backlog and report an elimination plan of this backlog. And also the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal wanted to ensure that they confirm adequate funding and set urgent request criteria for those outstanding priorities that you had within Jordan's principle. Indigenous Services Canada also issued on operational bulletins during mediation, undermining this trust. So Nishnawbe Aski Nation, along with the Caring Society, AFN, and Indigenous Services Canada, are involved in this national mediation process. And it's basically working to clarify definitions and standards within the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal orders. The goal was clear, agreed upon standards for Jordan's principle delivery. But however, this national mediation plan is really stalled and not much really happening at the national level. So what we're doing at Nishnawbe Aski Nation is trying to push for more of a regional process where we're looking at our like individual NAN specific requests on this. So major impacts to this is that there's a backlog in service interruptions, as you've seen. I'm not going to tell you what is happening. You know what is happening within your communities with Jordan's principles. There's delays. There's jeopardizing educational supports with meals and transportation. So all these different areas have impacted a lot of our communities and our community's ability to really look at ways to address the needs of children. And so there has been legal updates. There's been legal challenges on Jordan's principle. I'm not going to get through them, but basically telling that the federal government is in breach of their responsibilities through the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal orders. You'll see just on the screen here some of those court decisions regarding education therapy that was overturned. They denied educational therapy. They denied mold treatment in housing. That was overturned. Courts want to affirm broad application, substantive equality, and oversights of ISK decisions. So what we're doing, the direction follow-up, is advocate for the what we're doing at the executive here is advocate for full implementation in line with Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and court rulings, promote First Nations-led regional responsive forums, meaning exactly because we can't be put in the same pot at a national level with respect to Jordan's principal applications across NAN. We know that many of our challenges across NAN deal with remoteness and access, and some of these operational changes that they're demanding. Many of our community members can't really access many of those administrative burdens that they have. They want you to have your application signed by a doctor or a pediatrician or all these different healthcare providers that you have to travel down to Thunder Bay or Toronto or Sudbury. And even in fact, like some of those travel grants are not even approved for you to do that. So still, we are in a very unique position. This is where we're going to continue to really fight and push for a regional process to really look at Jordan's Principle applications. And so we want to support also Chiefs of Ontario under their resolution that they also set for a regional process and push for long-term sustainable Jordan's Principle funding. So I just want to quickly go through what it means for Choose Life. Because as you know, Choose Life is funded by Jordan's Principle. Okay, I've got my Choose Life deck out there. Oh, here we go. Oh, what did I do here? You peek, what we doing? Okay. Well, I just want to also mention to everyone that Choose Life is also funded by Jordan's Principle. And these operational changes that were imposed by from Jordan's Principle has also the same problems with respect to administrative barriers and delays. So the overview that I would just want to briefly touch upon is the delays, administrative barriers impacting youth programming on Choose Life, Indigenous Services Canada operational changes undermining the program's intent, and also your Nishnawbe Aski Nation executive re-engaging Indigenous Services Canada on the Choose Life table. Okay, everybody knows what Choose Life is. I'm not going to be spend too much time of this. Like Choose Life is like an initiative that was developed specifically for Nishnawbe Aski Nation, First Nation communities to really combat many of the rising epidemics of suicide and suicide ideation. It supports land-based healing, mentorship, recreation, culture. So just a few updates that's been happening. On July 7th, 2025, NAN met with Indigenous Services Canada regarding delays and duplication reviews. Over 150,000 applications, Choose Life and Jordan's Principle are pending and under review. Indigenous Services operational shifts. So what I mentioned too, like with respect to why that there is delays within Jordan's Principle, is that all applications are screened through this Jordan's Principle case management system. It's this AI system that screens applications nationally. So new intake forms require youth names and needs. This is your Choose Life applications. This contradicts community-wide the Choose Life model. The Choose Life model was supposed to really expedite many of those Choose Life applications. It didn't really require all these different new operational changes that are being imposed by Jordan's Principle. So Indigenous Services Canada advises against BCRs, so your band council resolutions, supporting your tribal councils on their own applications when they're planned. Meaning, so this new system is looking at, it flags if there's a duplication. Like, for example, if you're First Nation, for example, if Earl is putting an application for Choose Life, and then Matawa is doing something under Choose Life as well, that is going to be flagged by this system, and that's going to delay the application. So what they're trying to do is screen out this duplication of services. But we're saying, though, that due to the fact that many of our communities are remote, many of our programs are working in tandem or in cooperation with First Nations Choose Life programs and tribal council initiatives as well, because there is a need for work that is happening on and off reserve, other areas that are happening too. So we are told that the First Nations applications are being screened first and given priority. But however, if the tribal council and any other entities is making applications, they're being pushed to national level or headquarters to get more screening, and that's where the delay is happening. And so ISK is saying that, well, First Nations shouldn't put BCRs to support tribal council applications. Who are they to say what the First Nation can and cannot do? Like if First Nation has a plan with your tribal council to do these different programs, it's up to the direction of the chiefs and the First Nations to do that. So interim funding caution. So there is interim funding that is also being allocated to First Nations to help with carrying over your program, making sure that it is also viable. But still, some communities haven't even received that due to this administrative burden that's happening. Okay, so basically some technical areas here. So application snapshot for 24-25. The total applied is 208.6 million that was applied. What was approved is 132.9 million. So it's escalated amount of 75.7 million. So 6 escalation resolved are all fully denied. So escalations mean that the escalations mean that your file or your application was sent to headquarters for an escalated review. And so it's kind of alarming that those six files were all denied. That's like $26 million in some of the applications that went to headquarters were denied. 42 applications that are going to headquarters, these escalations that they're calling, are still outstanding. They're still reviewing them. 16 applications accessed after the February bulletin. There was $30.3 million that was requested. But look at that, only $5.3 million was approved after the operational bulletin. This is very alarming, and this is very troubling in the fact that, as you know, many of you have come to us and said that we have to lay off many of our Choose Life staff, or we have to conclude our Choose Life programming due to the fact that many of our funds have not been approved. And so approximately 15 communities were improved on an interim funding of basically 100K to 500K, which is a fraction of the amount that they requested in their application processes. So obviously, Indigenous Services Canada is not, adhering to the rulings or their responsibilities in Choose Life as they first when the Choose Life program was initiated. So like I said before, there has been delays disrupting summer and back to school programming that is coming up. Administrative burden and inconsistent expectations. Rigid framework threatens inclusive community-wide models. However, in order for ISK to really answer all of these different questions, we demanded that we hold a town hall with Indigenous Services Canada to be planned for open discussion. We're going to be planning that as well. So we are working with Indigenous Services Canada to identify a date in which we're going to have a virtual forum where we're going to have an opportunity to get these your questions to be answered at a virtual forum. So what are we doing about this? Nishnawbe Aski Nation, what is your executive doing about this? So we are reestablishing a Choose Life table with Indigenous Services Canada headquarters and leadership. When we created Choose Life, we created something in the manifest that is called a Choose Life working table. This is where we would also have an opportunity to bring forth challenges, do a report card of what's working with Choose Life, what's not working, bring also outstanding applications of denials of what's happening within Choose Life. So we have pressured Indigenous Services Canada to bring the Choose Life table back online. We've heard from Indigenous Services staff that they are willing to bring this table back. So we are planning in the next few weeks to establish this Choose Life table. We're calling to end the use of Jordan's principal systems for Choose Life assessments. So we're, like I said, that computer system that is flagging all these different applications. We're calling on Indigenous Services to cease that practice for Choose Life, because it goes against what Choose Life was created. So to remove the intake requirements misaligned with program model, to protect First Nations control over youth supports. That's why Choose Life was created, that you could design and implement it from a community-based opportunity to look at creating these supports. And advocate for Choose Life to be funded as a distinct, sustainable program, have an evergreen funding for Choose Life moving ahead. So you don't have to really depend on applications year after year and wondering if you're going to be denied or so. Something similar to like the Family Wellbeing Program, where you have sustainable evergreen funding moving ahead. So this is where we want to bring our advocacy role to ensure that Choose Life is funded year to year. So none of this this catastrophe would not endure as we move ahead. And a call to direction and call to leadership is Choose Life is vital to youth wellness in NAN territory. It must not be constrained by systems misaligned with its purpose. NAN executive is committed to upholding the commitment made to NAN youth, and the chief's engagement and support team remain essential. So these are some of the areas that we'll be working on. And this is just a reminder of where Choose Life came from. It was this hockey team at the Little Bands that was, you know, we were facing a lot of suicides at the time, and the youth took it upon themselves to, you know, get a message out to their peers and young people to choose life. And that's where Choose Life is born from. And this is where we'll continue to advocate to ensure that this initiative is moving forward. So with that, I know that there has been some constraints on the First Nation. Like the First Nation has been asked, well, you should flow the funding to Choose Life while we figure this out, you know, but not many First Nations have the money or the capacity to float the Choose Life program. It's already September. And like many communities haven't really received the full allocation yet. And these are some of the unanswered questions that we really need to address with Indigenous Services Canada moving ahead. You know, like you see from the pictures here, all the good work that's happening throughout all the different programs. Yep. And that's the thing too. So I just wanted to say that I really want to acknowledge our staff as well. We have Robin Quadrigan over here. If you want to stand up, Robin. Robin's from our social services department. She is the manager, director of the Jordan's principal programs and Choose Life initiatives. please give us a call. We're always there to help out with your individual application and also advocate for your individual submissions to help also tear down some of that red tape that is required. I also like to introduce Joyce Spence, if you could stand up. Joyce. Joyce is back over there. Yes. Yeah, over there. She's doing a little shuffle. So Joyce really, they're giving you a hand there, Joyce. So Joyce is very instrumental in looking at your Jordan's principal applications, and she is there as your technical support. And she's always willing to come to your community and look at some of your Jordan's principal resources. We also have our Jordan Choose Life team that is available to you to help in any of your application needs in that area. So, but we've heard the frustrations, and we've heard all the different areas that that is facing our communities, and we're here to help. And you know, Grand Chief and executive are pushing Indigenous Services Canada to meet with us to really discuss a pathway forward and what's happening with Jordan's Principle and Choose Life to ensure that this program is sustainable in moving ahead. So I'm just wondering if there's any comments or questions. Well, Grand Chief, you want to have a...
Just briefly, just to add to the update provided by Deputy Narcisse, we did meet with the new incoming IC Minister on July the 18th, and Jordan's Principle and Choose Life was on top of the agenda of our meeting, because I know it's important to you, to your families, and to your children. And it's so important that we, as quickly as we can, address the issues, the backlog, the need to reinstate the services. Some of them I know have been disrupted by the delays and the huge backlog that's there. And I talked to the minister about, you know, during the summertime, July, August, while the schools are closed, that we need to ensure that we make every effort to reinstate these services for the children, so that when they go back to school in September, that the services will be there for them. So we talked about the uniqueness of Choose Life. As Deputy Narcisse has said, that Choose Life was born of a very tragic circumstance in KI in Wapika back in 2016. And that's when we directed the tribunal to issue what we call then Choose Life orders. And that it's a special initiative just for NAN. There is no Choose Life in any other region. This is NAN specific, funded under Jordan's Principle. And that's why when we met with the minister in July, that we asked her that the bulletin that they sent across the country this spring, that Choose Life needs to be exempt from that bulletin. That's one ask that we made to her. And we also made the offer to her that we will work with her to address the backlog that is there right now. And that we also need to reinstate the Choose Life table that was there before, to ensure that we carry on the work of Choose Life, because we said from day one, from the beginning when Choose Life was created, that it needs to be there permanent, that it cannot be from year to year, because that would allow you to do the long-term planning that you need to do to ensure that you have those supports for the families and for the children, especially those that are complex needs, which is what Jordan's Principle is designed for. You know, it's not so much hockey tournaments or sporting activities. I mean, I have nothing against sports or recreation, but it's to target those kids that are actually, whether they have complex needs or all kinds of other medical or mental health conditions that they may have. And I think about my own kid who has fetal alcohol. You know, that's what Jordan's Principle is for. And so that's why we're adamant to ensure that it be address the backlog so that the funding can start to flow again. So that's the update. Was there anything else?
Yeah.
You talk about your agreement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Grand Chief. Yeah, I just really wanted to briefly touch upon also the Ontario Final Agreement. As you know, like Chiefs in Assembly voted in favor of an Ontario Final Agreement that's going to have sweeping changes towards asserting jurisdiction over child and family services as a result of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. Oh, of course. Yes.
Are we going to be able to ask questions on Choose Life, or are we just going to all topics first? I'd like to maybe go do some questions on the Choose Life.
Sure. Let's do that.
First off, let me thank the community of Moose Cree First Nation for their hospitality, just in case I don't have time to during the day. But anyways, thank you for your hospitality to Chief and Council and Moose Cree First Nation and all the food that nourished our bodies during this whole week. But anyways, on Choose Life, I know where our community still hasn't received a cent since 2023. You know, that's alarming for our community and stuff like that. But then how come, it's just a suggestion that we put forward. I know we have something like a final settlement agreement that we all passed with COO and AFN and stuff like that. So I'm just thinking if it's possible, we make an arrangement like that for a 10-year commitment instead of going year by year. It's just a suggestion I'm putting out. You don't have to agree with it, but that is just something so we know something solidified coming in on a daily basis. As I said, since 2023, we have to incur all the costs of these agreements that we have to put over from our staff that are doing all this work. But right now we're in a position to lay off people, and we don't, and we see the part of this program plays in our community. So we have to get this solidified. I know all these reports that were given to us, why it's non-funding and how it moved to ISK and all that. But we have to come to this table and come to a solution to resolve this issue. Either it's a new formula or we put something together that Choose Life can accept instead of us, arguing about the process and how it's passed the ISK and all this. So maybe this is our time to put some package together where we get a 10-year commitment or something of that magnitude. Just a question, Mia.
No, thank you for that, Chief Allen. Yes, and I just reminded me of the resolution that we did pass to look at sustainable funding and keep advocating for long-term funding for Choose Life. I totally agree. Like even 10-year or multi-year funding to ensure that we have predictable funding so that your communities can really predict how you could really administer and keep your staff as well, because it's quite a travesty that you have to lay off staff, and I think this is a clear message to Indigenous Services Canada that they need to really maintain their good faith and whenever they're negotiating these areas, because like I said, our children, our youth depend on the service. And while they're trying to make other arrangements through other areas like Bill 5 or all these different things, they need to really show that they're in good faith with commitments that they need to adhere to first, especially with Choose Life and all these other initiatives that our communities really support. So thank you for those comments, Chief Allen, and we'll be continuing to really strongly advocate for something like you said, like Chiefs of Ontario, they put in that 10-year commitment. We're advocating for multi-year evergreen funding for Choose Life. So congrats.
Chief Wabas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Archie Wabas, Winema Lake First Nation. I would like to acknowledge the host community, Mos Factory and Mosini. I say to them, Miigwech, thank you. I'm going to be rushing out this afternoon. So while I have the time to say thank you on behalf of my community, Miigwech, kaki kabeshi shekuma, kitachika nok, minagagi kis debuyak, mizum gagesimagwag, kagesimischek, migasindikatia, megagay, namaiganan humagitachika nogas now, namaiganan, ayag, SCBWak, igminanizan daw na nayagan. Mapaska na maapizay, humagitachika nog. I got some regrets na magmakan, Chief Wesley and the council members. I would like to specifically ask about JP. Are we involved in setting criteria with who's setting the criteria for funding? I know ISC are doing that. I don't know if the CH Commission on Human Rights Tribunal are doing that. What role are we playing as NAN in setting the criteria? All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Wabas. Yes, so as you know, like Nishnawbe Aski Nation is involved as an intervener within the proceedings for the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. So we do sit at the table at this national mediation table, where we are setting a criteria specific to Nishnawbe Aski Nation dealing with remoteness areas, remoteness issues, ensuring that those challenges that brought us to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal are also put forth at the table. Now, as you know, that the mediation table has been very slow in terms of the work that it's doing with a lot of procedural aspects at a national level. This is why we are going along with COO to push for a regional process for Jordan's Principle. Because as you know, even within Ontario, even within Nishnawbe Aski Nation, our areas are more diverse and more unique with respect to remoteness issues. And this is where we need to really maintain our strong foothold as interveners to ensure that we bring those challenges and our priorities from a NAN's perspective.
The reason I'm saying that all of a sudden JP had stopped. They stopped it because of the 140,000 applications across Canada. The application does not necessarily meet the intent and purpose of the Jordan's Principle. I think that's why they kind of said, oh, they stopped these the funding applications, and they are looking at the criteria. There has to be a criteria specifically for Jordan's Principle, its intent and its purpose, right? And we assume, you know, the funding that we received the year before, we assume that we would be getting that money again. All right, we did the application and everything, submit the application, and then we continued on spending based on the last year's funding and budget. And all of a sudden, they stopped it because of the there's so many applications across Canada, and they need to set criteria. They need to set, put funding to Jordan's Principle's purpose, real intent and purpose. In terms of reimbursement, I don't know if we're going to get that. You know, there's 49 First Nations in NAN. They probably did the same thing. They were assuming that they would be getting their funding based on last year's funding, and they had spent until they were told that we're not we're not going to be getting funding because they're reviewing. And once they reviewed and decided, then they only funded certain things. Certain things. Although First Nation had probably spent more than what they have already spent. So the difference, what are we going to do with the difference? Like, are we going to ask for reimbursement? And that I have a difficulty with that. Like, I don't know if ISC will reimburse us for what we've already spent over. Like, we were assuming that we would be getting the funding for the same amount that year. Huh? Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. No, those are very, very, very contentious questions that we've been really monitoring as well. But it is a problem that was created by ISC. You know, they're the ones that set the precedent of approving all these applications beforehand. And now that they're trying to tighten up all the different resources and budget on these different areas by putting these operational budgets or operational changes by feeding them into this national system that really outlines, oh, there's a duplication. Like there's all these duplications or there's these different applications that were approved before. That sets a precedent, and our First Nations are beginning to depend on that. And when that is unplugged, programs and services are suffered. And those are some of the areas that we need to really bring to the minister as well. Like, what is their plan? This is basically supposed to be a First Nations led initiative. And this is where we are going to hold them to the responsibilities being put out by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, that they do still have responsibilities in terms of Jordan's Principle and all these different outstanding applications that they have. And I think that's through our technical advisors and our technical committee, where we do have seats at the negotiation table that will be bringing this to bear as well. So thank you for those comments, Chief.
Chief Kusis.
Chief Kusis.
Okay, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Good morning, everyone. Nagajeva, the kit. Miigwech ke dinao maya. Muzni, mga bagid ni siyag. Chimamo wink. So miigwech, Peter, in your community. Hospitality we got here, so it's very good. I got a question about the Choose Life. And I don't know if it was ever included with the high cost of living. You know, you're given a budget of Choose Life, and at the end of the day, you're short because the high cost of living is extra. Now we have, like the inflation is very high, and the tariffs. I think on the request for funding, that should be included, you know, because it's very hardening to the people that are working on the program. And it's, you know, it's very difficult to operate with limited budget. But I think that should be incorporated because all the government funds or straight line, no increase or nothing. You know, it's been like that for quite some time. And I think that's one of them that has to be looked at. So,
thank you, Chief Quistis. Yes, and if you remember too, like many of the important and integral work that's been happening through our intervener status with Canadian Human Rights Tribunal is the advent and the work that we did developing the remoteness quotient. the RQ, the remoteness quotient or remoteness coefficient that looks at remoteness costs, the added costs of doing business and doing programs and services. So our team has developed this RQ work. And in my next presentation on the Ontario Final Agreement, it shows that many of our programs and services have an increase due to the remoteness RQ work that we did. You know, the work that's been happening with OFNLP, you know, like, for example, there's only a 10% remoteness to the RAMA formula. So we took that formula and sort of reneged it in terms of to say that we need to, because I think with the formula, if you qualify for remoteness, you have to be above the 50th parallel. But what about these road access communities? You know, because they have also a degree of remoteness as well. The RQ looks at individual communities' distance, cost to service delivery areas or like Thunder Bay, Toronto, and calculates that for each community. Like you said, Chief Quizzes, we need to really ensure that we adopt RQ funding to supplement what is needed in our communities. And we'll continue to do that as well. And Choose Life shouldn't be left out of that in other prevention programs that are there. So thank you for that comment. And we'll continue to really advocate for the RQ work to be incorporated with Choose Life moving ahead.
Chief, proxy Michael Slipperjack, and then proxy Matthew Andrews. And then we're going to try to close this up so we can get into the comprehensive, which is connected.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to say good morning and miigwech to Moose Cree and Chief Wesley and everybody that's involved to make this possible. And I don't know, I was just thinking about the Jordan's principle, and I think Choose Life also. But I know I had to help out, assist a few people that filled out applications, and some were unregistered children and some were. And I know some requested for like treaty numbers and treaty 9 and stuff like that, or their treaty. And the question is, what are they doing with those information?
Mhm.
You know, those stats, why are they asking those treaty 9? Why are they asking that? Eh? Are they using it as stats, or who's not registered? Yeah, so I was just wondering about that.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you for that question. Yes. So, like the operational bulletin requested all these different burdens for application processes, non-registered, status card numbers. The answer that we're getting is, well, we don't want a duplication of services. You know, there's so many different agencies or different programs and services that are out there that are supposed to be doing the service, whether it be health or education. And so they're saying that, well, we need all those status card numbers if they're registered or not. So we don't give the money twice or duplication of services, but like in the north, like there's a severe lack of those different services. And why are you painting us in the north with the same brush as First Nations that are in the south, where services are easily accessible? And like, what are you doing with that information as well? You know what I mean? So that's the pushback that we're getting. And the pushback that we're doing is the fact that, you know, we don't have access to those services readily. And it's time consuming. And like we just heard in the presentation before with Catherine Chichu and her family of what happened in the 50s, where, you know, we don't have access to many of those services readily available. And that's why I believe that they're asking for this information. So like this is where our advocacy comes in, saying that, you know, this is the reason why that Jordan's principle was created in the first place, so that no children should be left behind, and that the access to services should be expedited or made or fast tracked, so that child will have those services without any more red tape. So those are different areas that we are continuing to really press with Indigenous Services Canada to ensure that our children get those services. So.
Okay, thank you, Deputy. Proxy Matthew Anchies.
Yeah, I had a question on the audit under the First Nations flow through funds. Under Chose Life program, NAN received or provided 1.2 million. Is that the extent of what the communities get, or are there other source of funds that they can apply for? I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah. A lot of those funds were flow through funding to the First Nation, but the First Nation actually gets the Choose Life program themselves. Like we advocate and help with the application process. But like your Choose Life, like your band rep programs, it goes straight to the First Nation. So
there is a formula, or that's distributed to the communities?
Well, depending on what the application is, because it is needs-based and application-based, depending on what the community wants, is basically how the Choose Life application is interpreted.
So NAN gets this every year or not?
Yeah, to help out with administrative costs, advocacy, because we do have a Choose Life team that was also put in place to help out with these applications as well. So it's basically a support team that's there for the benefit of communities.
And that includes the admin fee?
Sorry?
Admin fee? Do you?
I can't hear.
Administration?
Do you charge
Yes,
admin fee? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. The floor recognizes Rachel.
Hello, my name is Rachel Mamaclock, proxy for Casablanca Lake First Nation. I'd like to acknowledge the chief of Moose Cree and his people, NAN leadership and staff, co-chairs, chiefs and proxies, NAN elders, Women's Council, and the youth councils. Thank you. I'd like to mention that I'd like to tell the chiefs and proxies to tell their chiefs not to misuse the Jordan's Principles funding. It's very discouraging when you know this is happening in your community. I'd like to mention I moved back in Casablanca in August 2021. I was only going back for 1 year to go work at the school and set up the special education program. And I never got a chance to work in the school because of COVID, but Principal Helena Trapper, she's from here, gave me a Jordan's Principal file to work on. So I started working on that at my home. And I've been bringing millions to our school children in Casablanca. I'm just gonna use one of these. I made a proposal for over $5 million. I got approved for over 4 million, almost 44.5 million. And over 1 million of it was sent to a review board. And then just 2 days ago, I just got that email. That year was for 2023, 2024. And I just got that email 2 days ago that 1.1 million was still not approved. So I'm happy, kind of happy that it wasn't approved because it would have been spent somewhere else instead of the kids. It's very discouraging. I'd like to also mention that I apply for proposals every year, and sometimes we get told that Choose Life received this funding already, and then they can share their resources with the school. I don't think that's happening. And it would be nice not to do any proposals every year. This year, I didn't do the proposal myself. I was very discouraged. And but I helped out of it. And then I mentioned this somewhere that I didn't do the proposal this year. And then the chief came to me. He said the proposal was sent out already. I said, I know that. I just didn't want my name on that paper. I also tried asking for a letter of support from some place, and I never got it. So I took it upon myself just to write it up from the past, over 20 years ago, when I used to work at the school as a teacher. I used from that experience. That's how I did my letter. What I thought the children needed, because I wasn't there for over 20 years, and I'm just glad that it was accepted. So every year I got help from somebody to do the proposal. And every year since then, when I started working, it's been approved like for millions at a time. And from the past, I guess when I did my first speech for the election, I mentioned that I was working on a Jordan's principal proposal. And then the chief asked me, when did you start that? And then I said, Helena gave me that file to start working on it. And then I heard from former deputy chief, he said that they've been doing the proposals every year, then they never got approved. So I was happy to hear that I was the first in Casablanca to get approved. And I'm just very sad that kids are not able to use the full amount. So please, the chiefs, I'm asking you, please use it for the purpose. Don't use it for personal gain or any community gain. Just use it for the kids. It's intended for the kids. Okay, thank you.
You got Rachel. Thank you for that. Thank you for bringing that forward for the children. So we're going to wrap up this part of the presentation on Choose Life, but there is a Choose Life team that can answer some of your questions, and as well as Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse. We're going to get into the update, quick update on the comprehensive agreement. Okay.
Thank you for that. I just want to briefly touch upon what's happening with the Ontario final agreement. As you know, like the Nishnawbe Aski Nation chiefs voted in favor of an Ontario final agreement that's looking at changes to child and family services within Nishnawbe Aski Nation and in Ontario. So the Ontario final agreement was agreed upon by chiefs in assembly, both at chiefs of Ontario and NAN. So there's going to be a lot of changes to that. There's going to be a lot of areas of implementation that needs to occur. I know that many of our communities are in various stages of developing their prevention pieces. We know that there's going to be significant impacts. For example, there's going to be resources for you to develop your band rep programs. There's going to be funding that's going to be directed to you, for example, like prevention, your prevention dollars. As you know, right now, it's been shared between your agency and the First Nation. And then you have up until September 30th of this year if you want all the prevention dollars to go to the First Nation, or if you want to have that maintain your relationship with your child and family service agency to help with those prevention aspects. I know many First Nations have already made letters to Indigenous Services Canada, giving them notice that they want the prevention dollars. But that means there's going to be a lot of changes. So what does that mean? We have to flush out the roles and responsibilities of the First Nation with respect to providing those services, or do they want to continue to maintain those services while you're developing more supports and prevention? To tell you the truth, I know it is an exciting time, really, because you're developing your own systems within child and family services. Your band rep programs are developing. Your prevention areas are also being developed. But also there's like post-majority care that you need to talk about. What happens when children are going out of care into their own, like what sort of initiatives are there that you'll need to be ready for? And as you know, the Ontario Final Agreement is going to be taking in effect for 10 years. So you'll be getting various allocations specific to your community, along with an RQ top-up that's going to be looking at your band reps, your post-majority care, your prevention, your capital, your IT, your emergency management, a lot of those areas that are pertaining to child and family services. So what are we doing at NAN to help prepare for this? So I have with me our interim director at Social Services, Teresa Ruth. Well, she's not Teresa Ruth anymore. She's Teresa Tate. She just recently got married. But I'd like to give her some time to let you know what her team is doing to help you prepare for the changes coming through the Ontario Final Agreement. So please welcome Mrs. Teresa Tate. Teresa Tate.
Thank you, Deputy. Yes, as mentioned, my name is Teresa Tate. I'm the Acting Director of Social Services Strategic Advancement. So I just prepared this presentation for you today, and Deputy did touch base on a part of the journey. So I'm just going to skip that just to save some time. But here is the outline. So back in February when Nishnawbe Aski Nation chiefs and chiefs of Ontario had passed the Ontario Final Agreement on Long-Term Reform. At one of the assemblies, there was a chief that had asked, what is NAN going to do to support the implementation of the OFA? So in the last couple of months, while I was in this position, that's been my main focus. So how we're supporting NAN First Nations through implementation. I'll go through a purpose of the plan, a NAN-specific engagement, targeted outreach, information and resource package, support for individual communities, and provincial coordination. So the purpose of the plan, as a general caveat to this portion of the presentation, we wish to note that as of yet, no hearing date has been set at the tribunal to approve the OFA. However, as we get closer to the perspective of the Ontario Final Agreement being approved by the tribunal and exercising your inherent rights and jurisdiction in caring for your children, youth, and families, our team is here to support, ensure no community, family, or child is left behind. The goal of this plan is to ensure timely and meaningful engagement with our communities ahead of the OFA implementation. We are aiming to strike a balance. We want to deliver essential information without overwhelming leadership, technicians, or agencies. This includes coordinating efforts with COO and Canada, especially as timelines remain short and still to be confirmed. Some of you may remember the format that we used to present on the OFA prior to the ratification. We found that to be effective exercise to ensure that information was presented and to ensure that any questions were asked were answered in a satisfying manner. We are looking to follow that game plan again. NAN will look to host a series of virtual information sessions, both during the day and evening, to accommodate different schedules. I do believe a staff member had handed out a schedule. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Each session will include a question and answer period to encourage direct dialogue and clarification. We will be approaching Indigenous Service Canada to join us for a half-day virtual session. NAN Executive Council will be in attendance to provide support to the implementation plan. ISK, NAN, and Legal Counsel will deliver a technical overview of what implementation will look like. Sessions will be recorded and posted to the NAN website. A dedicated Ontario Final Agreement email will also be launched on August 22nd to help support First Nations, tribal councils, agencies, and community members to monitor and stay updated on questions asked and feedback given. I'd like to note that notices and reminders about the information sessions will be sent regularly to help communities plan and attend. Targeted outreach engagement efforts will highlight OFA implementation elements, problem solve concerns, and offering practical guidance. Where we were, the foundation and past structures, including concerns we heard, where we are now, current implementation stages, and progress, including improving upon past shortcomings and where are we going. Our vision and next steps for First Nations and Child Family Services reform to ensure our families, communities, and agencies are set up for success during the existence of the OFA and beyond. Outreach is focused on chiefs and councils, technicians, and agencies who need support with implementation. As a reminder, this is not about ratification, nor is it looking to update the OFA. The OFA is already agreed upon and submitted to the tribunal. We will actively share information, offer support to communities and agencies utilizing this plan. Information and resource package, a public-facing resource package will be released on August 22nd and will also be posted online. We will provide both hard copies and electronic materials upon request, summarizing the OFA and the FNCFS reform and next steps. The resource package will include an overview of community and agency roles, like Deputy had mentioned, templates and timelines for proposals, application, work plans, and data collection. A copy of the OFA, a comprehensive presentation, funding and allocations information, also what Deputy touched on in his introduction. Links and all key documents, and any information and changes to some of the templates may be made in real time, and we will strive our best to ensure everyone is receiving the most up-to-date information that is available. I think I skipped a page. Okay. Support for individual communities, mirroring the communication and engagement process developed during the OFA ratification. NAN is available for direct support at the community or tribal council level. We highly encourage communities to reach out for one-on-one meetings. Our OFA email launching August 22nd will be monitored weekly to respond to requests and questions, and a communique will be sent out to leadership and outward when this is in effect. Provincial coordination, in addition to the NAN-specific information sessions, there is also development of joint sessions with NAN, COO, and ISK that will be scheduled once an effective date is known. The effective date is outlined in the OFA and will be determined only when the OFA is approved. At present, no hearing date has been set until the tribunal issues an order. The effective date is unknown and to be determined. Nevertheless, NAN will attend these joint information sessions to ensure that remoteness-related provisions are a foundational component in these discussions. Good?
So thank you for your presentation. It's fairly clear that there are opportunities to be able to go through the package that's going to be distributed on the 22nd and opportunities to go on information sessions and question periods.
And if I may as well too, so there will be a coordination. There is opportunities to get more information on those key tools that you'll need for the implementation process. We know that each community is in different stages of development, and we're here to help. And with that too, the importance of really working with our agencies as well is very imperative, because there's going to be some changes, but also there needs to be some coordination as well in moving ahead, so that services to children should not be interrupted moving ahead. With that, I'd like to give a couple of minutes to Irene Tomatuk, the Executive Director of Peukatano, to give you an insight on what some of those areas are going to be. Irene?
And after Irene, it'll be Grand Chief.
Good morning. Gaganutaha, Wawasit Isko Disenkas. Irene Tomtuk is my English name. I'm the Executive Director at Peukatano. And I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be able to speak this morning. I welcome the chiefs, the proxies, observers, elders, give thanks for the prayer this morning and the opening drum. I really appreciate Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse welcoming us back to the table. It's been a very challenging time for child welfare all across Canada. We are your technicians. We're here to support you. We want to see you be successful. And I think that bringing us back to the table so that we can move forward together, I think is a really important step. I wanted to share with you the success of what the Mushkegowuk Chiefs did in, it was 2017, the Mushkegowuk Chiefs passed a resolution that the Mushkegowuk communities were going to take on prevention and band rep services. So the funding that was available for the development of band representative programs and prevention services started 7 years, well, actually it's about 8 years ago now. So each of our First Nations was applying for their band rep services. They started establishing their prevention programs, and the agency supported them in doing that. We assisted them with their submissions. I can tell you that currently within the Mushkegowuk region, we have about 130 staff at the agency, but there's another 130 caring adults in our communities that are working with families on the ground. And I think that our chiefs of that time need to be recognized. That was Chief Teresa Spence in Attawapiskat, Hosea Wesley in Saskatchewan, Bobby Nakachi in Fort Albany, Earl Chichu at Moose Cree, Victor Linklater from Taigwa Tagamau. And they came together and they had a vision of what they wanted to see. And you've been talking about that vision for the last 3 days of how we're going to work together as communities. And you'll see on the screen, we've put a timeline together for you of all the things that the Mushkegowuk communities have been able to do over the last 7 years. And for many of our communities across Ontario, this is where you're starting. So you're going to be looking to make partnerships with the Mushkegowuk communities. So what we've done at the initial onset was they developed a deputy chief's table so that representation from every community come together. These are the 6 points of action that they looked at. I'm not going to go through my presentation because I know you have a lot to cover. You will have access to this document. I've given it to your IT team. And I think it's really important. We were having meetings on a quarterly basis. We talked about the rulings from the CHRT. We talked about Bill C-92. We talked about Jordan's principle. We talked about Choose Life. You'll see we have pages of activities, programs, and services. Our agency developed a prevention team that served our off-reserve members from each of the First Nations. And through establishing that prevention, it's called the Prevention House, we were able to develop a prevention toolkit. In that toolkit, we have policies, procedures, activities, resource documents, referral forms, you name it, we've put it in there. And all our First Nations have access to that information. So they didn't have to reinvent the wheel in each of their communities. They had a model to work with, and they were able to shape it and develop it the way they wanted to develop it. And we were here to support them. And some of the other initiatives that have come from doing prevention within the agency is we have also developed Nurturing the Seed, which is another early prevention program for families. Now we're looking at early infant mental health and well-being. So there's a lot of opportunity in having us work together. And one of the things that Earl Chichu taught me very early on when we got into this work was when you're looking for funding, make sure you're not taking funding away from the communities. And that was something that we really made sure of. We didn't apply for a lot of programs and services through Indigenous Services Canada. We didn't apply for any positions through Jordan's principle. We maintained what we were eligible to apply for, and we stayed within those parameters. And when we look at where we're at today, we had to ensure that we were able to sustain the programs to meet the needs of our communities. And I think we've done a really good job of being able to do that. That doesn't mean that we have adequate funding for service delivery, but we're having those conversations with the ministry, and we're also having those conversations with Canada. And we have reminded them of their obligation to adequately fund child and family services so that our communities can strive and thrive and do well. Also want to share that I'm supposed to be in a ministry meeting right now, but I have always told the ministry that if I have 2 calls coming in and one's from the chiefs and one's from the ministry, I'll take the chief's call first before I take the ministry's call. So I'll have to follow up with them when I'm done here. I do want to let you know that we have done some strategic work already that we will be willing to share when we have an opportunity. I know you have another Chiefs meeting coming up in October. And I also sit at the Chiefs Committee meeting, Committee table. And I always advocate at that table as well. If you want to go fast, go by yourself. But if you want to go far, we have to go together. And, you know, we're very fortunate right now. We have 3 agencies within the NAN territory. And the 3 EDs are all from your communities. We're very invested in trying to make things better. And we're here to support. And I really appreciate that the conversation is changing at this table, because I really believe we have to support one another because we're all working for our families. Miigwech.
Miigwech. So I'm going to give the final comments to Grand Chief.
Yeah, miigwech for those updates. Just quickly, just to give you a brief update on the Ontario final agreement. As you may know, chiefs and delegates, that when we finalized the agreement this spring in February, a number of regions and a number of communities filed some sort of their own intervention with a human rights tribunal that they want to be heard. And we were informed a couple of weeks ago when we had an all-party call with the tribunal that they've agreed to hear from all these parties, that there will be a one-day hearing this fall to hear from all these different regions and communities that have filed their interventions. And once that date is set, we will inform you, the leadership, the communities, the chiefs, because we want you to be there. We want you to be there in Ottawa. I think it's so important that when this hearing happens at the Human Rights Tribunal, that we show up to show support to the agreement that we all worked so hard to negotiate, and that we need to see it through. We need to give it that push to get it across the finish line. Because a lot of the things that we've talked about here with Jordan's principle or Choose Life, that agreement, that I forget the exact amount, $1 billion agreement that we negotiated, that will form the basis of developing our services, our programs to our children in the longer term. That will be the base of the work that we need to do. So it's important that we collectively, that we mobilize again, once again, go to Ottawa, spend that time in that hearing so that whoever is there will see us, will see you, and that we need to, just by our presence there, will tell everyone that it's important, that this agreement is important to us and to our children. And so we will send that notice to you once we get that date from the tribunal.
Thank you, Grand Chief, for that report on the hearing that's going to take place this fall on at the tribunal. So at this time, I'm going to close off this part of the presentation, and I'm going to call upon the youth co-chair to do the next portion of our agenda.
Good morning, everyone. Moving on, we'll move to the NAN council updates from the Elders Council, Women's Council, and the Youth Council. We'll start with the Elders Council. Who's going to come up and do an update? Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to circle back a little bit here on Grand Chief's statement, and also the OFA Ontario Final Agreement presentation. I get emails from ISC in terms of funding. There's a funding that we're getting. We are receiving the Ontario Final Agreement and Child and Family Services funding. We're getting that, and we'll be getting some millions of dollars for our program this year. And so I understand that the agreement was signed, right, between the two parties, NAN in Ontario and ISC, and it's being reviewed and ratified by the tribunal. So technically, it's been ratified. I'm kind of confused, like why are we receiving funding when the when the agreement is being ratified by the tribunal. So what I'm thinking is, it's approved. It's approved. Why does tribunal ratifying that agreement? Okay, that's the question. Like, we're receiving the funding this year. The agreement was signed by two parties, and tribunal is ratifying it. I don't know, like maybe Grant, you can explain that to me, or Mike Sherry, a lawyer, or somebody.
Yeah, Mike is here, but I understand your question. But what's happened since we signed that document? Remember, we had that celebration at the Eaton Chelsea in Toronto in February. What's happened since that time is that a number of regions and a number of communities, I think the number is 8 or 9 parties altogether that have filed a paper to the Human Rights Tribunal that they want to be heard before the tribunal puts their stamp on the agreement that we signed. And so the tribunal has agreed to hear from all these parties, and that they will take 1 day. It's going to be a 1-day hearing to hear from all these parties and communities to make their case. We don't know exactly. They haven't informed us why or what they will bring to the tribunal. And so that is the purpose of that hearing that will be held this fall.
And that part I understand. What I don't understand is, why are we receiving the funding already?
I believe this was an interim arrangement, eh? Yeah. So I don't know if you want to talk about that. I don't know how long that interim arrangement will be in place. Yeah. But it's
I'm sorry, what was your
yeah.
Why are we receiving funding already?
Oh, it's
When
part of
when tribunal is ratifying or reviewing that agreement.
So now, like, you're receiving funding at actuals as a result of the orders that were pertaining to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. So a lot of those funds were based on actuals that you were spending on for like band reps, prevention, all that work. But since the federal government didn't want to do the actuals process year to year, they want to have something in place. And that's where the final settlement agreement came from, the national one. But when that was not approved nationally, well, Nishnawbe Aski Nation Ontario has basically said, well, we like the agreement. We want to have that predictable funding for the next 10 years. And like you said, what you said in Calgary, we need that funding now. And so that is why the OFA is going to have that predictable funding moving ahead. Right now, what you're getting is just like an interim sort of solution at actuals, what you're getting. So that is part of the Human Rights Tribunal rulings that dictate to federal government to pay you for all those services that you're rendering for children within those areas, prevention, band rep, post-majority, all those areas. So when this comes, like you said, like the Grand Chief said, there are interveners that are trying to slow the process. But right now, the tribunal is trying to, with the economic times, they're trying to rush all these different proceedings to move forward. That's why they're going to, like Grand Chief said, they're planning a day this fall. We don't know the date yet, where they're going to expedite those hearings. But basically, like at the end of the day, it's just, the federal government, us, COO have made a decision to move forward.
So the agreement that was signed, and that's the funding that we're receiving, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. It's not from the orders.
Well, it's an agreement that as a result of the process that we had with the tribunal,
Yeah.
we made an agreement with Canada
Yeah.
to move ahead with the final agreement with those numbers that we all came together to propose.
And yet,
Yeah.
at the same time, tribunal needs to review or ratify the
Yeah, they
agreement.
have to ratify it and stamp it and said it's good
Yeah.
to go.
And there are interveners.
Yeah. There's interveners like the Caring Society
Yeah.
that basically want in and have their say.
And we don't know what their intent is.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll hear what they have to say. They just have like usually 5 minutes or so to say their piece, but
So what happens if they don't stamp it?
well, that's up to the tribunal. That's what we want to push for. We have an agreement. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we show up.
Okay.
That's why we need to show up, like Grand
Okay.
Chief said.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chief.
Frank McKay.
Yep, Frank McKay, proxy for State Falls. I just have a short comment and question. The tribunal just wants to hear what the interveners are. Is this is it part of the required process of them to do that? Was there a process where they invited interveners to come in and have their say in relation to our OAFA? I know Chief Montero Nan said we don't want any interference
You pass the
from
resolution.
other regions who have already rejected the agreement. But we supported it. But now they have come back and tried to not interfere, but inject themselves into our process. And I just wanted to clarify what the rationale is for the tribunal, what they want to hear. They heard it already in the resolution in Calgary that the chiefs in the National Assembly that they rejected the agreement. But we said Ontario and Nan did not. And that's what I'm just trying to get clarification, is what part of no to didn't understand.
So thank you for that question. Oh, hello. Yeah. Thank you for that question, Frank. Yeah, so I have it also on good authority too, and speaking to one of the interveners saying that the reason why they're intervening is that they don't want the Ontario process to dictate how their regional process is going to play out. For example, in Saskatchewan, they don't want the Ontario process to dictate how this process will evolve into the regional sections. I guess that's one of the reasons why I know when the interveners put in their application process, so that this won't set a precedent for the rest of the regional processes that are yet to come. And but also, like, I believe we have our legal team online as well. They could probably give a more of a legal interpretation of why the process is there at the tribunal for interveners. Megan, are you online?
Yes, I am. Thank you. So I'll just give a quick overview in terms of what's happening at the tribunal in the fall. Essentially, because the OFA comes from settling a court case, it has to go back to the tribunal to end that court case. It's a formalized process. So the chiefs can ratify it, Canada and everybody can sign on to it. But it's up to the tribunal, because the whole purpose, the motivation for negotiating this for Canada was to have this court case against them at the tribunal ended. So that's why we go back to the tribunal after all of the work that's been done. In addition to that, when you have a hearing, it's open to other parties, obviously, to come and say they have something to share. Right now, as has been mentioned, we don't know precisely what they have to share. They've made their application for intervention. They've said that they need to further some views about how the OFA might affect them in their various areas. But in terms of knowing the details of their argument, we're not at the point in the process where we can know what those details are right now. We have some suspicions, obviously. We have suspicions that there is going to be some resistance about the idea that the OFA, in fact, does settle the case that came before the tribunal. And the reason that we have those suspicions is that, our ears are to the ground, we're hearing conversations. And so we are preparing for the fact that people are coming, trying to convince the tribunal that the OFA isn't a sufficient agreement in the sense that it doesn't provide enough to address the discrimination that the tribunal found. So that's what we're anticipating in the fall, that hearing. Once the tribunal has made its order, that's when the OFA comes into effect. So within the OFA, it's a bit complicated. There's a provision with regard to the effective date. It's triggered on 3 different bases, but in essence, they can all be summed up as once the tribunal has said that or finds that the OFA settles the case as regard to just Ontario, and all of the opportunities that a person might have to appeal that decision have been exhausted and a small period of time has elapsed, then the OFA comes into effect. I hope that's answered. I try to start at the beginning and come to the end to give you a wide answer to put all the information in context. I hope that's answered it, but if there's any other follow-ups, I'm happy to address.
No, thank you, Megan. And also I'd like to remind too that we can't really delve into the really technical details as this is still a live issue. There is tribunal, it's still before the tribunal, and this is a public live feed as well. And so I know that those are still proceedings that are still happening, coming forth this fall, that we will be inviting our leadership to that session at the tribunal to ensure that our positions are maintained and at the forefront when this comes to bear at the tribunal. Chair.
All right, so I'm gonna call back the youth chair to take over.
Thank you. So given the update on the elders counselor is Terry Fiddler and Barney Batiste. Maybe they can sit down here if they want.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Bonjour, good morning. Magamakanag. Kinoa ma kabigiw kamagoig. Migwach kitinawa. Awege mategan kimishomsnan ma kayabit. Bonjour dina this morning. Mage otanakig. Bonjour dina migwach dina mauch miste kanakiwat. Good morning. My name is Terry Fiddler. I'm one of the non-elders, and we had Barney scheduled for this.
Right here.
And but he disappeared for a while, so I ended up coming up here with him. And but I'm glad to be up here. Just a very brief update of our roles and responsibilities as elders within the NAN organization. I've been with Nan for quite a long time now, since about 2012, 2013, as an elder. I replaced and I took the seat in honor of my late husband, Josias. And I've been with Nan since then. And we have different, as Nan elders, since it's a real diverse organization with different programs and different catchment areas, we provide guidance, we provide direction, and sometimes we are called upon to intervene as elders with some very difficult situations at times. But as elders, we work together and we consult with each other on how to approach different circumstances within the organizations. And we've been lucky that we work together really, really good. And I just wanted to acknowledge last night was one of those times where it was very touching, paying tribute to very different cherished people that have gone ahead in their journeys. And the reason why I mentioned that this morning is because of this fan that I'm holding. I travel with this fan ever since Helen Cromarty left us. Helen and I were very close, and I was given her bundle to keep. And during one of those difficult times, I opened her bundle. I couldn't do it for a long time, but I opened her bundle that one night, and the first thing I seen was this fan, and I knew that it would give me strength and comfort that it has brought me ever since I've been carrying it. It reminds me of the last message that Helen gave me, was to hold the fort till I come back, after she went into a hospital for the last time. And sadly, she never came back. So I honor Helen today, and I'm really touched by the ceremony that was part of the agenda last night at the Nan Awards banquet. And I'm grateful for being with the elders here. I think Barney has the list of names that he can share with you. But I'm glad to be here with all the chiefs, and we continue to encourage the leadership to be visible at communities. And I'm proud of the chiefs that came here to this community. And I know that the other chiefs must have different agendas that why they're not here. But I'm glad that the chiefs that came and the proxies, it shows our commitment to the organization and to the work that you do. And we commend you for that, and we encourage you to keep working together in a good way. And also with the executive council, a lot of us attend their executive council monthly meetings or weekly meetings. If not me, it's usually Rosie, because we live right in Thunder Bay. So I'm very happy to be here, and keep working together, and stay safe, and have a safe journey this afternoon. Miigwech.
Very good. No, you're all right.
Yeah, I've worked with Terry now for, I guess, 3, 4, 5 years. I don't know, when we do these openings and closings together, and it's a real blessing. And so we also have some other colleagues that are sitting there, and I think you have a marvelous council of elders. We have Terry and there's Bentley sitting over here, and David, Barry's sitting there, and Rosie Mosquito, Lucy Longpeter, and then Stella Shimmons. So you have a lot of strength in these groups because each elder has their own heart and mind and put that out there to the best of their ability. So for myself, I think that what we do as an elders council actually just provides support and guidance. And when things start to go a little awry, you have allowed us to be able to speak our minds and to be able to, we're the ones that can scold people a little bit and get away with it. I think you guys allowed us to do that. So thank you very much for that. And there's only one comment that I really love that I'll leave you with. We'll just keep this short because we're in a hurry here. That when I arrived in Timmins, I was a little bit lost because I didn't know where to go, what flight it was. I was confused. And so I tried calling some of the staff, and of course, some of the phones don't work all that well up here. So I couldn't get in touch with nobody. So I said, what the heck am I going to do? So I was kind of just standing around there. So you know what? Chief Allen came along. And he helped me in such a good way. He carried my suitcase in, and he waited for me, and he led me to the place where I'm supposed to be, and I just felt really good. And that is what we're all about, helping each other. And that if as an elders council and myself as an elder with this group, and I thank you for recognizing me in that manner, if we just keep that up, everything will be okay to help each other, irregardless of our title. And sometimes what we need to do as a people is to leave our titles outside the door and just talk to each other in a very humanistic way. Sometimes we require that. And so we can do that, and so the elders can lead some of that discussion. And just to make it very short again, we have been involved in various ways within Nishnawbe Aski territory. And I myself have been involved at the AFN, at the Chiefs of Ontario, and here, and at the community level as well. So we just continue our work. I'm going to tell you what troubles me a little bit sometimes, and I'll leave you with this, is to try to develop a terms of reference for elders. I want you to think about that, a terms of reference for elders. Is that possible? I challenged that one day, and I was saying I had a gentleman sitting beside me who was a pipe carrier and a very revered elder, a personal friend as well. And so when they were talking to me about a terms of reference, I said to the individual who was doing the work, you mean to tell me that you're going to develop a terms of reference for this pipe carrier? For him, who does that work? You're going to put it down on paper and say it is very difficult. And so I would want you to think about that as we're moving forward, because I don't think I need a terms of reference. I am who I am. And you have recognized me for who I am. And if that is not good enough, I don't know what is. So I'll leave you with that thought as you're moving forward, that I don't think that we should be searching so much for a terms of reference for elders or knowledge keepers. You may need a little bit, but not to the extent that we're doing, not to that extent. I think elders have a very special place. I think an extremely special place, and it should be kept that way. Anyway, it should be traditional, I guess is what I'm saying. So I thank you for supporting us as elders as we move along and the way you look after us. Just great. So I'll tell you where I'll leave it is I'll do my job, you do yours. And everything's going to work out to the betterment of all. Miigwech. Thank you.
Thank you, Barney and Terry. Now we're going to call up from the Women's Council, Alexandria Bridges.
Hello, everybody. This is my first in-person Chiefs gathering, so I do tend to speak a little bit quickly, but I do want to say that the information that I'm sharing here can be prepared in a letter format as well. So for folks that just want to have a written copy, that's totally fine. We can do that. And so it's really an honor to address the delegates for the Keewaywin gathering in this beautiful Moose Cree territory. And I'd just like to respectfully acknowledge the sacred items in the room, the drum group, the elders, the youth, and the chiefs, along with all the delegates here in the space, as well as the awesome support staff in the background, either working for Moose Cree or NAN. And a lot of important information has been shared over the past couple of days, and it's been a really awesome learning experience for me as an observer, and really grounding to listen to, you know, about why we do this work and why we come together in this way. And so, you know, a message from the women's department is we really would like to begin with a call out to leaders here that there are funds available for community visits. There are to do engagements on Indigenous-led care units, and care units help identify and locate children who are experiencing or are at high risk of being exploited and trafficked, and to try to connect them with specialized support services and to investigate and hold offenders accountable. And so NAN is currently looking for host communities for at least 2 more workshops, hopefully. And the NAN staff are prepared to move quickly on this item. So for those that have concerns or feel like this would be a potential benefit, please reach out to either Carissa Machano or Jamie Lee Wanakamek for further info. And NAN really has been mandated by way of the Chiefs resolution and recently reaffirmed in May of 2025 to address murdered and missing and murdered Indigenous peoples, and the engagements on care units really helps to support that initiative. So we're really looking to get some garner some additional interest in that. As well, the Women's Department is full swing in trying to prepare for the Leadership Summit, looking to acquire funds and planning that gathering. The Women's Council is comprised of representatives from the Tribal Council regions. Each of us have specific issues and opportunities in our regions. And cumulatively, our lived experiences form a really good snapshot of the NAN territory and what's happening at the grassroots level. We have been listening to the issues presented in these NAN forums regarding treaty rights, governance, community planning issues, ongoing and upcoming resource developments, and more recently, Bill 5 and C5, which are contributing to increased uncertainty for all of our futures. We're listening and we're really worried about marginalized voices in the North. As NAN Women's Council reps, we are the voice of Indigenous women, girls, and 2S and gender diverse peoples across the territory. Our perspectives have broad applications to all types of key issues that are oriented around our responsibilities to our families, our communities, and to the land. We are life givers. We are knowledge transfers. We are our baby's first teachers. We keep communities strong and vibrant, and we give our communities a future. We are also water keepers and responsible for impacts to the water. Our babies are carried in utero in water. Our rivers and lakes are the lifeblood of our lands, our communities, and we are born to it, and we need water to survive.
And therefore, we wanted to acknowledge the communities that remain under boil water advisories and the ongoing work that these communities are undertaking to address these issues. NAN also has recently had a mandate to create a water declaration, which our advisory group supports and have an interest in contributing to. The continuity of our ways of life, our water resources, and safe and healthy communities is our sacred responsibility, which we all take very seriously. Studies about the impacts of development on Indigenous women are increasing in a variety of disciplines, but it remains an understudied and ill-attended factor in land use planning, in community and economic development planning. There are important publications like the National Inquiry of Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls that are critical to amplifying the lived experience of Indigenous women across the North. The environmental impacts of resource development projects are well documented. However, the social impacts are often overlooked. The lived experiences of our nations that are impacted by resource projects must be looked at. We need to study the links of how the presence of these projects is exacerbating violence and contributes to social and economic problems for our people. In many cases, we do not have the data necessary to support women's representation in major projects, and industry proponents are writing the narrative about how their projects will impact us when it should be the other way around. Many of the socioeconomic issues facing our peoples are rooted in structural and institutional racism that upholds systemic exclusion of our people, and it upholds the systems that lead to violence against our women. And I just want to acknowledge the important video showing Mini Chichu's experience from medical denial of medical services. And these are further supported in the findings of the MMIWG report as well. Housing and homelessness issues, increased cost of living, food security, and inequitable wages are putting significant pressure on families across the board in the North. We need data collection paired with direct action to support how we respond to these issues and to identify and put a name to the structural barriers like access to services and the government institutions and industrial activity that hold up this systematic oppression in our respective regions. Our communities are facing the ongoing health crisis to well-being because of increases to substance abuse and addictions, which is widely considered to be an epidemic across the North, and of the higher margins of Indigenous women becoming victims of sex trafficking, as well as violence and harassment that accompanies the influx of new people that have no ties to our land, but participate in its exploitation. There's really a need to examine social and cultural relationships, relationship to land, and the management of inevitable tension, complexity, and changes over time because of land use and distributional equity issues. To move out of a reactive state, we call on the First Nations of Treaty 9 to undertake the following. To adopt the MMIWG calls for justice as a platform to study the impacts of resource development on our communities, specifically researching the calls for justice and integrating them into community planning. To proactively collect and integrate this data, any baseline data on membership, specifically applying an intersectional lens and use this information to guide consultations with external interests. To leverage baseline data for our program initiatives at the community level and to articulate community positions on values and goals for impact mitigation that supports specific groups like youth at risk, Indigenous women, and our elders. Vulnerable people in our community are experiencing the negative consequences of development while being unable to uptake the potential benefits of employment opportunities or training that are negotiated in community agreements. That raises questions about distributional equity and protecting vulnerable communities from the boom and bust effects of development. There exists gender bias in terms of distribution of risks associated with projects. And Indigenous women are taking on the risks of projects without being able to access the purported awards in many cases. This impacts the ability of women to advance sustainable community development opportunities while experiencing a decrease in certainty on health and prosperity outlooks for future generations. We need to move out of a reaction to the symptoms of structural violence and start looking at the root causes proactively. And so on that note, I just want to say much for your time for listening, and I appreciate the chance to speak to you all.
Thank you, Alexandra. I'm gonna ask the people in the back too to be mindful to quiet down a bit there. It's kind of echoing here, so we can hear everyone in the back when, especially when people are presenting and talking. All right, moving on to our NAN Youth Council update, calling up Ramon, Alec, and Alan.
Hello. I would like to begin by saying thanks to Moose Cree First Nation for hosting us. And I would like to say that I have enjoyed being here and meeting the people. They have been very hospitable, very kind. I've enjoyed having the chance to meet them and befriend some of them. My name is Alan O'Keefe. I'm from Casablanca Lake First Nation. I am currently studying police foundations at Confederation College in Thunder Bay. I'll be going into my second year. Another thing I would like to add is that I'm very thankful to be here and to have the opportunity to be on the Ashkadazak Council and to be speaking with everyone here. This is something I do not take lightly, and I'm very grateful. That will be everything I have to say. Thank you very much for listening.
Bonjour, my name is Alec Navigan. I am from Keewaywin First Nation. I just want to thank Moose Cree for having us. Very honored to be here, very honored to be on the Youth Council. I worked very hard to get here, yeah, I'm just really grateful to be here, very honored to be up here talking to you and listening to all of you. It's very big learning curve for me, and just very honored to be here. Miigwech.
Ache, I hope everyone got their bingo cards. We're about to start. So yeah, that's our updates is right here. We onboarded 3 new members of the Oshkarazak Council. So that will be Alan, Alec, and Tisha. And we'll also be onboarding 3 new members within, I believe, the next month or two for 10 spaces of Oshkarazak council members. And yeah, so that's it for updates from us. And I also would like to acknowledge the youth council members that weren't able to make it here. So that'd be Summer Wabas, Cohen Chisel, and Catherine Jeremiah. And today I'm going to talk a little bit more on what the OC and the youth have been seeing. And as myself, as a youth, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Oshkarazak, as a Oshkarazak council member. You know, I've been on this council for almost 2 years now. In that 2 years, I've been learning so much about the structure and the way that our leadership represents themselves in these rooms, also on Chiefs Committee, but also to the government. And I'm disappointed. A lot of the youth here, we've been having the fight for the last 2 years to get more of a voice in these rooms. And you know, I was just taking a look at this Chiefs kit that you guys handed us. Grand Council Treaty number 9. NAN has changed since the beginning. And a youth advisory is supposed to be at every single level. Of course, we don't have the same amount of power or rights as a chief would or an executive, but we're supposed to be sitting at the table here, not in the back where you have us give updates at the last day for a couple of minutes. I understand that at the end of the day, it's up to the chief. But still, we want our voices in these tables. And where's the Moose Cree youth? How come they're not sitting here with us either? We are in Moose Cree First Nation. And we met with the youth yesterday, but I'll speak more on that as Okinawak later and not as a youth council member. We're supposed to be involved in every single level here. And it's not just in community, it's also a NAN-wide regional in all 3 levels here. And I also wanted to talk a little bit about treaty and what I learned back there with him. Treaty has been a big topic lately, especially when it comes to the legislation Bill 5 and C5. And I'm going to speak on behalf of the youth perspective, even though I may not be fully educated on what exactly the treaty is. To me, a part of that treaty is boxing us in. But when I spoke back there with Andrew, he's saying that we're not boxed in when it comes to the land and jurisdiction. But yet something like Bill 5 and C5 is questioning that jurisdiction. And now as a youth, I have to really understand the relationship of a treaty between a First Nation and a government that the king designated the representatives to be the government of Canada. And with this treaty here, when I'm reading it, when it talks about healthcare, even though it says sick, when it talks about education, I believe that they spoke about he spoke about a modern treaty that's across from the water there. And you, leadership, may know more about that. Where they have a modern treaty that has these words. And, you know, I was talking with Alan there across the waters where they have these things that we don't. Our treaty is, I just read it. He said it himself, it's 3 pages long. And this is the written treaty, but the way that the government understands it. And then there's that oil treaty. Sounded like I said oil, oil treaty, oral treaty. And here's where these 2 things line up into the last couple of years that I've been here. All I hear is discussion. Where are the decisions being made? You're sitting here at a table for a reason, to compromise. Because one's First Nations view on things can't lead the others. Everyone understands that here. But why are you even here if you're not willing to open your hands out and compromise with the other First Nations as Treaty number 9 and assert your rights? And on behalf of on Treaty number 9, to make a law to strengthen that assertion so that the government can no longer try to diminish the treaties and to make it null. So when they come with another Bill 5, another Bill C5, we won't be scrambling to oppose it because we already have that law between our people set in place. But how can we make that law if no one here is unified? How can we make a joint declaration or stand together if no one takes their hands out their pockets? It's truly upsetting to see as youth. And I'm going to connect this to the movement. We decided no more. Everywhere I've been going, I'm taking my hands out my pockets and I'm speaking to youth from different areas in Ontario, not just from Treaty 9. And we're holding hands. Even though I may disagree, even with my own people, about how things should go, I still walk with them, I still hold their hands, and we still compromise. Our entire life is filled with compromises. Even right now, if we think about outside of ourselves, we're surrounded by Canada. We're surrounded by superpowers, but we're all split. We want to see decisions being made, even the hard ones. I don't want to sit here and watch you guys argue for hours and hours and hours just to defer to the next one, the next assembly. And also as a youth, when I talk to my elders, when I come to the communities here, they tell me about the natural law and where we come from our traditional governance. It's even written in the treaty as well. Where are your headmen in your community councils? Where are your head people? They should be included there, as it says in the treaty. But it's also where we came from too. Now it's different here at NAN, the structure. But again, it's up to the chiefs. You don't have to accept what's given to you or what role you came into. I know that there's a lot of people, a lot of chiefs here that are upset with the things that are going and have issues with the way that NAN is structured. But if you don't sit there and discuss how you want to change it, then what do you expect is going to happen? Another Bill 5 is going to come. Another bill is going to come that threatens our youth, our people. And us three up here, we're going to lose I believe it was 47% of our membership in the next 10 years. It's going to be up to us to carry that burden and that load. And I'm frustrated because all I can do is sit back there and watch, then come up and share a little bit. And I'm not here to speak down, talk bad, because a lot of good things have happened from this. But things need to change. And I'll connect this to the movement again, and I'll speak more on the movement later. But if you aren't going to do it, we are. And that's why we decided to represent ourselves. That's why you're seeing youth movements pop up all over your territory, from your own youth, your own people, your own traditional governance systems with your head men and your head people and your elders. And we're going to assert our rights. Because we're all under this treaty number 9, at least most of us in here. It's not just chiefs. And I want to help protect our people. But the way that I see it is, this isn't working. I'm tired. But I'm willing to still put up our hand together to join and unify, even if everyone in here disagrees with one or two things with each other. Right now isn't the time, because we have something bigger coming for us. And I remember telling everyone here last year and ever since I regained this role that it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. And everyone here understood it, but they didn't take it serious. Now look at where we are. Still in the same place. But still, I honor and I revere all of you in here. But it's time for us to take the baton. Even if I don't really understand, I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna go out there and learn. Even if someone pulls me aside after this and tells me that I'm wrong, I'll learn from that and I'll grow. You know, it's never too late to grow. It's never too late to learn. It's never too late to compromise. Because when you're dealing with something like the government of Canada, when you're dealing with something like the colonialists, when you're dealing with something that's behind that dark energy, that dark spirit that wants to take and take and take, it's never satisfied. You know, some people in here may think that prosperity is bigger buildings, it's paved roads, it's colonization, it's assimilation. Because I'm starting to see that our idea of as prosperity is being modeled after this modern world. The people of Canada, the foreigners. But everywhere that I went and I talked to youth, their idea of prosperity is protecting the land and their people. Everywhere. And I'm not just speaking on behalf of myself, I'm speaking on behalf of the youth that went around for the last couple months and in the last couple years and spoken to. That's why we're here. That's why the Youth Council is here. I'm not trying to take away from your position, but I'm trying to assert where we're supposed to be. We're no longer supposed to be on the sidelines. We need to sit with you. You need to hear from us as much as your elders. Because the elder council there, their presidentials are far up there. But our youth also see the future. And it's more than just having a young perspective. It's grounded in a prophecy, the seventh fire. That's what we're leading with. And we're still learning. But I feel something inside of me burning. I'm trying my hardest to contain it and to channel it in the right way. And a lot of our youth feel that way. And I'll speak more on what the youth have been saying later as the movement. But they're both one and the same. I'm sorry, Nan. I can't separate that because they're both have the same goals of speaking with the youth, for the youth, from the youth. You got you.
Thank you, youth. Thank you, elders, and thank you, Women's Council. I'm going to move it on, give it on to our other co-chair here, Adam.
Miigwech to the Youth Council and the women, the Elders Councils. So it is now, we're into the noon hour, and we've had really good discussions, really important dialogue this morning. But the reality is we have a lot on the agenda, and I'm going to be honest again, we're not going to get to everything that is on the agenda by the end of today. We do have 21 resolutions. And so what we're going to do is resolutions nada. So I'm going to call it a MAMO resolution where we bring some of them together and deal with them together. I'm not going to call it an omnibus. We don't like the term omnibus. That's a colonial term. But we may have MAMO resolutions to MAMO Nagadigan. But we do have a number of agenda items still. We'll get through as many as we can. But we are going to have a working lunch. So the caterers, the staff from Moose Cree are going to pass around the food, and we'll continue on to the next agenda item. Before we do that, we've asked our elder Ben Chichu to bless the food. And we'll get into the next agenda items. I'll talk about those agenda items. Again, we've merged those as well. So if we can have Ben Chichu offer a prayer to bless the food.
Adventure Iguajimlang Yashwantamano Mijim Givija, Gidim Skavia, Nistigidiminiak, Gichi Gataventaman, Nistatagivan, Ugihon and Nordstaya, Iguajim Dingin Cousin Nicky Deke. Amen.
Miigwech, Ben. So the food is going around, but we are just going to continue. I know some people have to run to the washroom, but please don't do it all at once. We'd like to continue on with our agenda. So the next agenda item, we've so we have brought together the 3 agenda items. I'm going to call upon Deputy Grand Chief Mike Matarawaban. The first one is the NAPS and NAN Legal Services Working Group. The next one is an update on the enforcement and prosecution of our laws and bylaws under the Indian Act. And the third one was a recommendation for a discussion on police-involved deaths. So those are 3 that are being brought together. So I am going to call upon Deputy Grand Chief Mike Matarawaban to start the discussion. I know the first 2 are more closely tied together. The last one, the discussion involving police-involved deaths, we'll tack that on and discuss that at the end. Sorry? If I can have your attention in the back, please. If we can keep the noise down. I know there's discussions happening. It's overtaking the discussion up here. So we've got an important matter to deal with. So we'd like to get into that discussion. Also on this agenda item, the Nishnawbe Aski Nation, Nishnawbe Aski Police Services, and NAN Legal Services. There is an assembly coming up in October. I believe it's October 7th, 8th, and 9th, I believe. It's that week anyway. So there will be a more thorough discussion at that time. And so this will be more of an update and a good discussion once that Chiefs Assembly takes place. So you're all invited to that assembly, and we invite you to start this process now, get the updates, and then have the discussion and decision-making at that assembly. So with that, I'll turn it over to Deputy Grand Chief Mike Matarawaban, and we'll go into this discussion. Following that, we may have to go right to resolutions and do as many as we can. Yeah, Miigwech.
Okay, Jake. You guys, Adam? Yes, good afternoon. Miigwech mina. Yaba mitoyak, panos. Mina minagishigak. I'm just gonna get right into it. Time is ticking away on us. So before I begin, I know we had a specific presentation we wanted to present to you, but also at the same time, I've been asked to just kind of convey the concern
that's been on the back of everybody's minds of recent tragic events that took place. As you know, or as you may already know, there was a few tragic incidents that have taken place. One was with Wallace Bruce Frog, and this incident happened last summer, back in 2024, June. And then more recently, we had another incident involving another individual, Eric Nothing. This incident took place July 22, just a few weeks ago. And then again, another individual, Tyrese Round Sky. Again, just a few days ago, more or less. There was an investigation on the first incident, but the family has chosen not to accept the findings of the report by the SIU. We just want to acknowledge and let the families know, let the communities know. We are looking into these matters. We are addressing these matters, and our hearts and prayers go with you, be with you. I know it's not something that's easy to go through. I just wanted to first mention that. And to get into our presentation, I'm going to try to be very quick. I'm just going to read off our notes. And I have Natalie, who will be assisting with this presentation. So good afternoon, Wache, chiefs, proxies. The working group that consists of the Nishnawbe Aski Police Services, NAN Legal Services, and ourselves from the Nishnawbe Aski Nation. This group was brought together by the chiefs here in Assembly, and it was created many years ago. Back in March 2024, just before I got in as Deputy Grand Chief. The first meeting of what has now become the NABS, NAN Legal, NAN Enforcement and Prosecution of Bylaws Working Group. That was the first meeting that took place. The goal then was to see better outcomes for people in Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Since March 2024, the working group has met regularly with representatives from the three organizations, and a strategic direction document has been drafted to provide a terms of reference for the group. We also continue to think about who else needs to sit with us at this table, whether that be chiefs, proxies, community members, portfolio holders. The group recognizes the need for community-led solutions and how to include the people who need to be sitting at that table with us. We as a group intend to advance mandates given by chiefs in assembly and advance the enforcement of laws and bylaws in the community. The issue of no enforcement and prosecution. Within the working group, the problem for us is straightforward. The laws written by your nations should be enforced by your police. This is the standard that is expected by every nation, and our First Nations are no different. Law enforcement plays a vital role in reducing drug trafficking. People entering our communities need to know what they cannot bring, people entering our communities need to know that they cannot bring whatever they want into the community, and that law enforcement will do whatever it can to keep harmful substances out of our communities. The solutions. Now that NABS is no longer constrained by the limitations of the First Nation policing program, more enforcement on drug trafficking can occur. Specialized teams such as the drug team and the K9 unit are being built and will be responsive to the needs of our communities. NABS, Nishnawbe Aski Police Services, legislated under the Community Safety and Policing Act, has guaranteed more personnel and capacity to serve our communities. Solutions need to come from all sectors, including health and mental wellness. We are not looking to criminalize addiction, but how can the justice sector be part of the solution? This past year, the working group has worked to build, acknowledge, and conduct research, provide legal analysis, meet with external experts, and demonstrate a commitment to the working needing to be done. As we continue to move forward, the group will work together to support the enforcement and prosecution of the laws and bylaws of our First Nations, and I hope to share more information in the coming months. Canada and Ontario are not off the hook. It is their prosecutors that refuse to take charges based on First Nation bylaws. They have a responsibility. The Indian Act is their law, and they won't even act on bylaws created by it. Looking ahead, justice funding is very limited at the moment. NAN's Department of Justice Research and Policy is struggling to find resources it needs to fulfill the many mandates that exist within the justice sector. This threatens the efforts of the working group and its ability to continue. We are planning more for the fall. October 7, 8, and 9, we will be having the annual AGM. And that will consist of the Nishnawbe Aski Police Services, NAN Legal, and NAN. In a justice forum or the chiefs. Sorry, I'll read that over again. We are planning more for the fall, October 7, 8, 9, and it will be the Nishnawbe Aski Police Service AGM, NAN Legal AGM, and a justice forum for chiefs. We hope you can attend and discuss these issues further. Registration should be available within the coming days. I've asked our Director of Justice Research and Policy, Natalie Bingus, to provide the chiefs with more information on the department and the working group and be available for any questions you may have. I also want to reflect on the discussion on the recent deaths of Bruce Rock, as I mentioned earlier. The three individuals, they are devastating losses, and that reflect the deeper systemic crisis in the justice system imposed on First Nations by Ottawa and Toronto. These tragedies are not isolated. They highlight long-standing dangers within a system that has consistently failed Indigenous people, leading to the over-incarceration, criminalization, and lack of accountability. True justice must be grounded on First Nations sacred and traditional laws, including the teachings and the principle of Minupimatisun. Despite multiple mandates from NAN chiefs, governments continue to offer only piecemeal support, and institutions like the SIU remain ineffective. There is a pressing need for fundamental reform, including revisiting police use of force and supporting a national inquiry into policing, as called by the Assembly of First Nations in December 2024. As part of the response, a Justice Forum of Chiefs is being planned for October to continue this critical conversation and seek lasting solutions. At this time, I'll turn it over to Natalie Bingus for more presentation.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm Natalie Bingus Nijishnikaz. Okay. Hello. Okay. Thank you, Chichu, Deputy Grand Chief, Anine, Natalie Bingus Nijishnikaz. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Natalie Bingus, and I am the Director of Justice Research and Policy at NAN. I want to acknowledge the drum and the sacred items in the room, our elders, our women and youth, Chimigwech, all the chiefs here, and those that are online. I want to say Chimigwech to Chief Wesley for inviting us and hosting this year's Keewaywin, and to all of your community members that are here working to ensure that we're having such a great day and to make sure that we're getting back and forth to the meeting. Thank you to Chief Terry Armstrong of NAPS for being here today and his colleagues, and of course, Board Chair Frank McKay. Before we go on, I wanted to say a special thank you to our former Deputy Grand Chief that worked with us from my tenure in the beginning, which is Deputy Grand Chief Ashni Peninscombe, and her senior advisor, Martha Loon. Both of them really onboarded us and taught us all about the justice system and NAN with their subject matter expertise. So I really just wanted to make that connection. And all of you, for your information, I know that there was a presentation, this presentation that was handed out. For sake of time, I'm just going to go through it, my part very quickly, and then I will hand it over to the coordinator of the working group, which is the manager of our department, Stephen Lee. So in your Chief's kit, you can find more information on pages 110 to 111. And further to what Adam was saying earlier, that this will be the 5th annual NAPS, NAN Legal, NAN Chiefs Justice Forum that will be held August 7th to 9th. So the first day will be the NAPS AGM. The second day will be NAN Legal, their AGM. And on the third day is the day where we host the Chiefs, where we can have either information sharing and engagement. That's what we've done over the last few years. So I don't have the, sorry, just one second. I need the clicker. Thank you. Apologize, I'm having a bit of a issue. So I'll go ahead. So NAN's leadership in the justice sector is undeniable, with NAPS and NAN Legal both having over 30 plus years of excellence in First Nation policing, justice, court services, and restorative justice. There's lengthy provisions in treaties 5 and 9 on justice and policing. Those are something that this group and certainly our department will be exploring with further research as we go forward. NAN First Nations have been leading by defending, protecting, and asserting our rights to lands, territory, jurisdiction, and resources. Our small little team, as Deputy Grand Chief said, consists of 4 full-time positions, and Mike Sherry acts as legal counsel to the department. Our department also hosts student practicums and summer students to implement on the mandates and projects. And we have one of our students here, Ariana, who's also here. Our department's role is really to learn from all of you, which we consider the subject matter experts. You, the chiefs, our community members, our service providers that are delivering services in the community know what's going on. And so that information is really important for us and to inform the discussions and the work ahead. So what do? We research, review, critically analyze, and engage with all of you, as I just mentioned. And this is really important because we need to ensure that NAN's voices are included in legislative and policy reform for NAN-specific approaches built by our ways of knowing, customs, protocols, and traditions. We think from a two-eyed seeing perspective based upon our ways of knowing alongside thinking about settler legal systems. So two-eyed seeing, this is an approach that was first conceptualized by Mi'kmaq elder Albert Marshall. And what it is to see from one eye with the strengths of Indigenous knowledge and from the other eye with the strengths of Western knowledge and using both together. So this slide, we put this together to show how we know that the work that we've done, and I know that our engagement reports that the department has done have been passed around as well. So you do have a copy of the Envisioning a NADWAN Justice Strategy. In that report, and it was based on an engagement in 2023 when we sat down with you chiefs, you did identify this really critical issue of enforcement and prosecution of our laws and bylaws. So that's within this report. And just to highlight, Canada and the work that we did for that engagement was based on the engagement funding we received. So NAN did submit its report to the Indigenous Justice Strategy. We were one of the 38 first Indigenous-led, projects in the country to help inform that strategy. It was released in March 2025. So we know that the work ahead will be thinking about these two pieces and how we can start weaving or braiding them together. Back in 2020, the first annual symposium on justice occurred just right before COVID, and it was the three organizations as well. Recommendations came from that particular event, and in this slide, I've highlighted the themes for you. So the themes are grouped under affirmation of rights, policy and process, and service provision. We know that this list isn't exhaustive, but certainly will lead the way in the work that we're doing. And we know these discussions will have to include things beyond the criminal justice system. For us, we think about a justice system that's holistic, so that is well beyond that. And we need to include solutions from our other sectors like health and mental wellness, as DGC said. So from that same symposium, there was a NAN resolution that the Chiefs and Assembly passed called Justice Transformation in NAN Territory. So that particular resolution is unfunded work for us, but we certainly use it as foundational. This slide just highlights the way that we think about what our department's role is and the implementation of that. So again, it's comprised of the legislative and policy reform we know that we need to do, the engagement and outreach, political advocacy and communications, along with all the other pieces there. And lastly, for my part, I just wanted to let you know that the way that the research, it has led us to thinking about, when we think about what that NAN-wide justice system will look like, it needs to be trauma informed. So we also know that our communities, your citizens on and off reserve are at the center, so that when we're thinking about the legislative and policy reform that needs to take place, it needs to wrap around all of you. Some of the themes that we've identified that we know are part of these initial discussions, this is preliminary, it isn't exhaustive: service provision, community safety. We'll get more into that in the later part of this agenda item, but broadband connectivity, community services, youth, restorative justice, and infrastructure. And so there's many more, but this is what we've identified. So I'm going to leave my portion of the presentation here, and I'd like to introduce Stephen Lee again. He's our manager of the department and the coordinator of the working group. So he's joining us online, and I'm going to hand it over to him. Thank you. Chi Miigwech.
Thank you, Natalie, Wache, and hello to all the chiefs and proxies in the room. I'd like to thank Elder Lucy for her opening and prayer, and miigwech to the Chichu family for sharing that story earlier this morning. And just want to acknowledge the advisory councils and the leadership that is here, the sacred items that are in the room, and the nation of Moose Cree that is making this all happen. On the next slide, we'll see just a little bit about the working group. As Deputy Grand Chief said, it started in March 2024, and we're working on a terms of reference to guide it. I think it was from the very beginning of joining NAN that I heard people talk about the silos that exist in our work, and I think this was our attempt to structure something that would break those down. In something as complex as the justice system, we needed a way to coordinate and discuss the solutions that need to happen. On the next slide, you'll see that this is ongoing work that goes all the way back to mandates even from 2008. The chiefs were raising the issue of bylaw enforcement in the communities, and needless to say, Canada and Ontario's response to that has been quite inadequate to date, and so it needs to continue to be raised, and we hope to do that through the working group. On the next slide, you'll see how we think about this with with Nan citizens and the communities at the very center of our thoughts, and that the system should provide wraparound services in a way, and not be centering itself in the work, but centering Nan citizens and the First Nations that they should serve in the work that the justice system does. Oftentimes, systems work for their own benefit or find ways that work best for them, but don't work for the people that they're actually supposed to serve. And we're trying to think about it differently. On the next slide, it talks about how we've been at this for just over a year, so we wanted to be able to introduce this to the chiefs in assembly, talk about what we've done over the past year, which has been a lot of talking about the issue, finding out what it looks like from NAPS's perspective and from Nan Legal's perspective, and other people who have sat at the table have provided good insights as well. And here we are today at stage 2, where we talk about this with you as the leadership of Nan. And if time allows, hear your thoughts and perspectives on this issue, and then taking it further with your guidance in stage 3 and 4 there. If we could go to the next slide, it talks about just what has been done over those 5 years. I think Natalie's also referenced those guiding mandates of 2013 and 2014, and how those have been implemented in different ways. And the 3 organizations have been working together over time, but this was just a new iteration of that, to be able to work together through this working group. On the next slide, you see those reports that have been handed out, and an additional report that was also written in 2023. All of these talked about the bylaw and enforcement issue, bringing it again to Canada's attention that this is an unresolved issue for Nan communities, and that action is needed. So those reports were written in 2023, and then we followed that up with the creation of the working group in 2024. So our understanding of this issue comes from the fact that inherent rights include lawmaking jurisdiction and authority, and that First Nations should have legal tools available to them to prevent harmful drugs and drug trafficking from happening. And that if laws and bylaws are not enforced and prosecuted, it effectively prevents that right of self-determination that communities hold. Communities are trying to address urgent issues through their laws and bylaws, and the justice system needs to be responsive to that. So some of the challenges that we've heard, of course, are the fact that Canada and Ontario do not fully recognize the right to self-determination that First Nations hold. As Deputy Grand Chief mentioned, Canada and Ontario have teams of prosecutors, but they don't pick up charges that come from First Nation laws or bylaws and take them to court. This creates the gap of prosecution that we're hoping to study and have action on through this working group. There's infrastructure considerations. If searches are to occur in a flying community, then airports need to have the appropriate infrastructure for that. And the charter has been on our minds as well, since it limits the actions that police can take. In terms of opportunities or solutions, we've looked at the RV winter case, and it continues to be something that we think about, given that it was a positive result for the First Nation having searched an individual and seized drugs. Signage was part of the RV winter case, and so it's something we need to think about as a deterrent, and also the legal impacts that it could have on future cases. community members and also people who are from outside the community should know what laws and bylaws are being enforced within the community and how they'll be enforced. And so signage and posting those bylaws can be part of the work that needs to be done. NAN Legal has its bylaw program and the restorative justice circles that can keep people out of the mainstream justice system, but still provide sort of accountability when someone violates a bylaw. And also thinking about how the health and mental health sector can be part of the solution here, and how fundamentally so much of this comes from trauma that is unresolved or needs treatment. We learned from communities that they had invited NAPs to present to them. I think, in fact, Moose Cree has taken this approach as a way of bridging that gap between community members who often know what is happening in their community. So bridging that gap to police. Coup is also pursuing a court case against Canada and Ontario, and that's ongoing, and so we've been monitoring where that's at. And as Deputy Grand Chief mentioned, NAPS is increasing its ability to tackle the drug trafficking issue now that it's been legislated under the Community Safety and Policing Act, or CSPA. So advocacy needs to continue. We're certainly mindful that the work to date has not provided a full solution to this issue, that more advocacy is needed on this, and that we need to continue to make it a priority for Canada and Ontario. So we wanted to come here today and say that the three organizations are certainly find the status quo on this unacceptable and are working to work together on solutions for it. So I'll leave it there, and happy to hear from anyone in the room.
Yeah. That concludes our presentation. Let's to provide you with an update, and more details can be provided at the upcoming AGM in October. Because are there any questions? Chief Assis?
Miigwech, for the presentation. I got a question here regarding the bylaws. Is there any short-term solution from the Justice Department to recognize First Nation bylaws, because it's immediate need with our crisis we have in our communities? You know, I just updated our bylaw in our community, and I was hoping it would be recognized and used, you know, while the policies of justice is getting to be recognized. You know, that's what I know on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Proxy. I'm sorry, is it Proxy Morris? Sorry, Chief. My apologies. So that's certainly a question that we would love to have an answer for you. Unfortunately, we don't at this time. The best answer we can give is that in the Indigenous Justice Strategy that was released, they've identified 26 priority action items, and they've looked at it through short, medium, and long-term a time frame. And under the first short-term priority actions, this, including bylaws, is part of that. So as we learn more about what we can do and how we can work with the Department of Justice, hopefully we can provide some more answers for that. It is a challenge that I know all of your communities are faced with at this time, and it's maddening, and we're certainly behind you every step of the way. And we can certainly connect with you. I'm happy to reach out or even connect with you after the presentation to learn more and see if there's something that we can do. Thank you.
Proxy Mike.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody. Yeah, thank you to Mo Quebec for allowing me to come here. I haven't been here for a long time. Thank you to everybody for this conference. I'm not up to date with what's going on here, but I do have a NAPS office in a jail in our community, and I sometimes see two NAPS officers. I was told that there was a new agreement, and that that NAPS are under OPP. Can you clarify what's going on for those of us that are not up to date?
Yeah, Mike, there's no such agreement. And the question that you're asking, NAPS is legislated and they operate on their own, but they do have a working relationship with the OPP in some regard.
Yeah, Miigwech, Councillor Mike, for your question. Right now, there is no official agreement or an arrangement between NAPS and OPP, but there is a proposal to look at revamping the communication system, which may include other police services like the OPP, because right now, and I'm sure we'll hear that from the floor later on today about the concerns that they have with the comm system, the way it currently is operating, that it's not meeting the needs of our community. So that's a proposal that will be pursued after Minister Kersner came up to the Nan territory back in July, recognizing that there's a huge gap there. So, but in terms of any official arrangements right now between NAPS or any other police service, there is no agreement in place.
Okay, Miigwech, for the question clarification. So Mike Morris, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm not going to talk about what happens with NAPS when they interact with our people, but I guess for the last 10 years, I've been raising my voice at the community level and also at the regional level, full code level, and also to to try and do something about the drug problem in our community. And every time me or my colleagues try to do something, what comes back to us from NAPS is you can't do nothing. I mean, we as a council, as leaders of the community can't do nothing. That's what we're told. Because we will interfere with the big picture endeavors that NAPS is trying to do. But we never see the results of those big picture endeavors. We still see the the bigger influx of drugs into our communities. So I don't know what NAPS talks about when they say that you can't interfere with what we're doing because we're going after the big fish. Well, I don't really care about the big fish. I care about those people that are addicted to drugs and how we can stop the flow of drugs into our community. So I don't know where NAPS is. I think for myself, I'm at that stage where I tell NAPS to bugger off from our community because they're almost useless to us. You know, I'll tell you one example that happened a year ago. You know, there was I got a call from an elder that there was a homebrew party going on at a certain house. I told NAPS. They came and picked me up. I directed them to the house. Then when we got off the NAPS vehicle, they told me you have to go in front of us. And which is what I did. But you know, the thing is, I'm not a trained police officer. I'm not trained in de-escalation of maybe volatile situations, but I'm the one that's been asked to go to the front, and the NAPS officers are in the back. So when things like that start happening, I say I got no use for these guys. If they're not going to go and do what our people want, if they're not going to do what our chief and council want, what good are they in our community to us? I do appreciate that they do the work that needs to be done when things happen. So, you know, for me, I really have a problem with having NAPS continue, legislated or not, like my friend here just reminded me. I didn't know it was legislated, but I guess I am.
Yeah, Miigwech, Councillor Mike, and just to clarify for the record for this meeting, you are here as a proxy for Wawa Keewaywin. So when you're talking about these experiences, are you talking about Wawa Keewaywin or Casablanca?
Maybe I overstepped myself, but I do get excited. I don't think that they have any problems at Wagaboon. I don't think NAPS are needed there.
Okay.
So the only
So just to be
place-
clear, do we just want to be clear that what the issues that you're raising and the concerns that you're raising
Over there.
are related to Casablanca?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So just for the record of this meeting, we want to just make sure we clarify that. And some of the issues that you raise are operational in nature. And we have our senior management team from NAPS here. Both the chief and the deputy chief are here to address the assembly. I don't know exactly how the agenda will play out for the rest of this day, but they will. They're taking note of some of your comments and your questions, and when they come up here to address the assembly, they will be able to respond to some of the questions that you raise.
Okay, Miigwech, Grand Chief. So Miigwech, Proxy Mike Morris for that. There was a question in that, but the way I understand it is your question was more of a statement to be made and an issue that needs to be resolved. So Miigwech, I have 3 other hands raised so far. So Chief Wabas, and then on Zoom, Chief Kadakwabit, and then Chief Beardy, and then Chief Wesley. Is there anyone else? So what I'm going to do is recognizing the time. It is now almost 1 o'clock. We will start the closing protocols at 2 p.m. We have about 21 resolutions, your resolutions that we'd like to get to, and some other agenda items. But this is a very important issue. So my recommendation is if you have an urgent issue or recommendation to make it clear, clear direction, point to be taken, and that way we can get as much information as we can within the time that we have left. Chief Abbas, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, yeah, I concur what Mike Morris is saying. I have that same experience with our NAPS officers. I'm not going to be specific, but my general statement is this. What we're trying to do is move away from colonial system, right? We're trying to move away from that and create our own laws. So what's happening with NAPS? They're moving away from us. They're moving away from us. They're going to the colonial system. And we have no control or of the NAPS services. When the chief and council orders something, get the NAPS to intervene, they won't do it because of liability issue, because of their law. Which law are they following? Is it the First Nation law or Ontario law or whatever law they're following? So that's what I mean. They're moving away. They're moving away from our laws. I think we should really consider owning the policing services, the justice system of our own. On this book, this strategy, it mentions treaty number 9. First Nation promise and engage that they will all, in all respects, obey and abide by the law, that will maintain peace between each other and between themselves and other First Nations and between themselves and others of His Majesty's subjects. It's a treaty. It's a treaty. It should be a treaty-based justice and policing that we should be pursuing, and we're not. That's what I mean when I said I'm trying to break away from the current system that we're in, into a treaty-based system. So if we need to have our own justice and policing, it will be based on treaty on this provision, because it mentions law and justice here. It's given to us by the Crown already. So we need to implement that. So we need to build on that. So what I would like to see is First Nations have to have ownership and control over their policing and justice system. And that should be the focus. That should be the mandate and the intent of our strategy. All right, Miigwech, thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Wabas. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to all the questions first, and then if there's an opportunity to respond, that way we can hear them all one at a time first, and then a response. Online on Zoom, Chief Elizabeth Kadakwabit. Chief Kadakwabit, go ahead.
Okay, Miigwech Mr. Oten Duhten Pistabek for Omni First Nation. Thank you everyone for allowing me to say a few words on the most important item, which is the bylaw. We have our own Pistabeg bylaw enforcement in place, and it's a very important issue in keeping our community safe, because we love our community members, every one of us do. And we want to protect them as much as we can, but we have limitations sometimes. Even myself as chief, I've knocked on doors, searched the homes where they were selling drugs, and those are the things we initiated in our community in the last, I'd say, 2 years. or less. And it's working, you know, it's keeping the drugs away. Even some drug dealers they no longer sell, which is a good thing. It's a good sign. They admitted that, you know, they're doing it to hurt families. So finally, they see themselves that it's not a very good thing for them to do. And I just want to commend them, you know, that the people that came out to talk to us. And also, the only thing in our community lacking is funding for the law enforcement, for the bylaw enforcement. Recently, we had received community safety initiatives funding from our tribal council, and it's kind of ran out, I guess, is what I want to say. But the thing is, I wanted to ask if NAN leadership can start advocating for the communities for, you know, to have regular funding for our bylaw. If Canada doesn't want to recognize our bylaws, then they should be contributing to our bylaws for us to enforce, because we have that inherent right to protect our communities. And because I see it's really working. And we have daily security checks at the airport. All flights are checked, every flight, 7 days a week. And when you do that, then it deters the drug dealers from bringing in drugs or the illegal amount of alcohol. Because we've found some drugs, and NAPS, they had that opportunity to lay some charges too. You know, they were standing outside. No, they were standing with us while we were doing that. They weren't doing the actual searching. They were just there to support, to keep the safety in place, and to make sure that no one was getting hurt. Those are the things that I see, you know, when we do that. And yeah, we just need funding if you can advocate for us on that. Gusto sabat no me how kinano bago any gana hitamo it depend mo ki distaw ni menano kinano mo how misoche how it pa hono mo hono ma ukamaon bishote in noski khashibia nesta mag stabat in how kiabet na majido taga tegaban tatigi shaga bago nagano hutaga shistaya nian meno panona melo tagatek ni gabano ne he vegetago banege dohona na kaya ho hege naspech. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. And I wanted to say thank you to our NAPS officers. They're always there to support us, you know, to keep the peace and safety while we're doing our jobs. Chimigash.
Migach Ugumakan, Elizabeth Kadakovit. Back in the room here, Chief Marshal Beardy. Go ahead.
Am I on? Hi. Good morning. Mio, kakana mandu kazawan goman gagishgak. I'd probably stay on the mic at least an hour, as this is one of the my topics that I'm often quite interested in. I have a lot of questions here that I need answered, but I have one in particular that's tops it all. It's a real simple question in regards towards my executive council. I understand last year the Chiefs of Ontario was reaching out to First Nation communities inquiring about incidences where a police entity policing their community is not enforcing their bylaw. And the Chiefs of Ontario, if I read the information correct, was looking into suing Canada for discrimination in regards for not enforcing our bylaws. I just need an update with that. Where are we with that? Or am I still going to be putting on a police hat in order to enforce policing in my community towards, you know, the negative activity that's going on in my community? Say, Thank you.
So each of these questions we're noting, and then we will come back and respond. A reminder, chiefs, I know we have a limited time here, but there's actually a 3-day assembly in October. I think it's first week of October, to deal with these specific issues. So it's a 3-day assembly, October 7, 8, 9. And there will be a very thorough discussion at that point, just to advise chiefs. Chief Loon, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I concur with all the acknowledgements that were made this morning with all our groups here, elders, youth, women, sacred medicines, the drum, the opening prayers, and to all my fellow chiefs, colleagues, proxies, and everybody in this assembly. And I'll try to keep this comment really short. My previous life, I started off as a police officer back in 1998. And this is the very issue, one of the very first issues I come across with as a Nishnawbe Aski police officer back in 1998. And here we are in 2025. And now as a chief representing my community and also being a part of Nan Nation, this has been an ongoing topic for so many years. We're going on year 27 since I've become familiar with this issue. So a lot of what I now see as a chief, we have to collectively somehow figure out how do we do this at our community levels with trying to enforce our bylaws. I get that our police agency, no matter which agency come to do a service in our communities, they're still legally binded by the legislation, the Canadian government laws that dictate how they perform their duties. And that's just it. When I first came in as a police officer, my intent was also to always try and provide a service to our communities, no matter how that looked. And some of those times I was placed in a scenario where I had to decide, do I follow the Nishnawbe way or what the government says I need to follow? And sometimes I took it the Nishnawbe way, putting myself, yes, in that predicament that I could probably be sued as a cop, as a police officer, try to protect our community. That's what I signed up for. And I think at this level, we need to somehow figure out how do we do this to work together with, and it's, in all due respect, that's that predicament we're at now. Again, we're trying to use a system to police our people, yes, but at the same time, we're trying to implement our own laws. How do we marry that up? How do we make that work collectively to take care of our people? We're putting ourselves in line sometimes as a leadership to go and enforce ourselves and put ourselves in danger sometimes to obviously protect our community. And as an officer, I did that also. So I was always caught in a conflict, if you will, that either I do my job as an officer or do I do this as a Nishnawbe, protecting fellow Nishnawbe people. But so how do I make our people comfortable, even with our officers, because we still need them in our community. There's still a lot of crime that happens other than the drug dealing, the bootlegging, all these other things that happen in our communities, because we still need to protect our people. So how do we, as a collective at NAN, figure this out? Because I think we can figure it out. It's just a matter of how do we approach the governments? How do we approach those decision makers to say that, yeah, maybe we need more funding, and like my fellow chief just mentioned, that we need more funding perhaps to hire our own peacekeepers to help out in that area where we could try to implement our bylaws to enforce what we need to enforce by getting into those homes that we know there's probably dangerous drugs in those homes. How do we get there? And that's the question we need to really find out too, because I know that our own police service is now legislated, which means to me, yes, they get more funding. Yes, they get the equipment. Yes, they get more manpower. Yes, they get the infrastructure that they need to be an effective police service, but they're limited. We know that because they always go back on, well, I can't do it under the Charter of Rights, and then I cannot infringe on people's rights, and so forth. But where do we come from our level? Because we now need to figure out how do we enforce our natural laws, our traditional laws, our ways of doing things to make that work. I don't know. It's an ongoing issue. And again, I saw this at 1998. And there were times I put myself at risk to try and protect our people. And the law said I couldn't do things. And I got in trouble a couple times. But so be it. I'll get in trouble to try to protect our people. So where do we come up with that? And that's the thing we need to figure out. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Merle Loon, Chief Wesley.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to, there's so much to talk about here, and I'll have to try to summarize it quickly. There's many issues, but I want to start with letting those here that it might surprise you that Moose Cree's in a state of emergency right now. Since we, maybe about 6 or 7 months after we started our term, we had to declare a state of emergency because of the drug issue that we were facing and all the I guess I'll just say violence that comes along with it. So we've been under a state of emergency for at least a year, if not more, I think more. But during that time, I'm thankful to that we were able to work with NAPS and OPP. We have an OPP detachment across the river from us, and we worked very well with them. They came and we talked to how we can, we had a community meeting on how we can help address this issue. And one of the things that was brought forward was bylaws, specifically trespass bylaws against individuals who are not from our community. And every time there was a bus that was completed, we were given names of the individuals that were charged, and we supplied that information, but we never received any feedback on where those charges went, or did the trespass bylaw have an impact on that individual? Because we basically banned them from our community. And yet we continue to see a lot of non-Moose Cree First Nation members still in our community today. I guess that's one of the questions. What are the status of the cases that were we assisted by providing BCRs? To get an update on those individual files would be great to see, are they working or are we just spinning our wheels here? I know there's a court system that has to be followed, and that's another issue is the penalties for people being convicted. We were told that the benefit outweighs the risk. In our community presentation, like the people coming from, most of them were Southern Ontario, Toronto, Markham, that area. They come here and sell their drugs for 5, 10, 20 times what they paid for in Toronto. And then they go to court and they're out the door the next day, basically. So is there any work, is there been any advancement in working with the Crown's office or the Department of Justice in having these more severe penalties to be applied to these individuals that are caught? Because these drugs are killing our people, and we just can't continue to sit by and wait for things to happen. We need to be more aggressive in getting these penalties for these individuals that come to our communities. We're hosting this one's actually going to be a request to the NAPS. We're going to be meeting with our youth on September 13th. And if we could have somebody from your drug enforcement unit come and present a similar presentation to our youth, I believe that's a Saturday, it would be great. We would really appreciate that. And like I said, there's more that could be said, but given the time constraints, I'll just leave it at that for now. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Wesley, Proxy Frank McKay.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, chiefs, delegates, Chief Peter Wesley and his community. I enjoyed. I want to show my appreciation for the hospitality that we've enjoyed here in your community. I'm from Sachico Lake First Nations, but I'm proxy for State Falls. But I also sit on the board on NAPS as a chair, and we face these questions all the time at the board level. How do we lay charges on those illicit drugs that come into our community that's illegal under the criminal code? I asked that at the AFN level when the Minister Lamandi was addressing the assembly. Our laws, and we call them bylaws, our laws say these drugs are not allowed or illegal in our community. But yet your laws don't recognize them. There's no enforcement of our First Nations laws or prosecution of our law and prosecution of our laws. So what's the use of having those laws if we can't have the federal government or the provincial government enforce or prosecute those laws? They can't respond. In relation to when we say bylaws, their mind goes into municipal bylaws, and they say we can't enforce bylaws. But those laws that we talk about are community laws, our own laws, and that's when we base our case in Santiago Lake in our versus Winters, is that this is our law, and this is what we want enforced. The community was sued for that, and the judge agreed that when the community passes their own laws and is ratified and supported by the community and has notices in the community in entry points that this is their law, and the people coming in there has to abide by our laws, and that's how we won. That's how Sachico Lake won the case. So I often wonder why, we don't pursue that case as an example of what we're talking about. So now we have to re-examine that our laws have to be prosecuted. If they can charge us in their court system, we can challenge those things, those charges in their courts and win based on that case. In the last time we had a negotiations for NAPS before we got constituted, we put a proposal in to support the search and seizure of the community security, and it was rejected. Instead, we got 18 additional drug officers. We only had 2 at that time, two drug officers in a unit, but now we have over 20 units to help us. But yet there is effort there's success in some of those areas that they look at. But we need more authority, First Nations authority through our own lawmaking, to ensure that our officers, our own police force, which got constituted in last December 2024. We need to do that. We need to pursue that. We have the resources now to be able to do that. So we are trying to develop strategies within our own police force of how that's going to be done. That we can lay criminal charges under this criminal code as any other country, as any other first municipal or urban city does when they do that, to stop it and to assist in the search and seizure process. We're beginning to develop plans of how that could be done under the Constitution, because that's why we went into that process, is because we need to be able to have adequate and efficient policing service in our communities. And it's got to be culturally appropriate. And that was approved by the 34 First Nation chiefs that we police in Nan territory. So I know that, sitting on a board at NAPS is very frustrating also because it doesn't quite meet our needs, because we're remote and isolated. The lack of recognition that we don't have the same infrastructure as other communities have in order to do that. So we have to have, the resourcing and same infrastructure capacity within our communities to be able to provide adequate and effective, culturally appropriate policing for First Nations. So I just wanted to comment on that we too in NAPS, our police officers are working hard, but yet there's a lot of more work that needs to be done in that area. Thank you.
Miigwech, Frank McKay. So that's a series of questions, and I'm going to turn it over to the team and the presenters to respond to some of those questions. Also, a reminder, chiefs, this is a really important issue, and there will be a 3-day assembly. Day 1 will be NAN Legal Services, Day 2 is NAPS, and Day 3 is NAN, dealing with justice. October 7, 8, and 9. So make sure you attend, and we'll have a more thorough discussion at that point. I'll ask the team to respond to some of the comments and questions.
Miigwech, chiefs, for your questions and your comments and the feedback on the update that was shared with you earlier. I took some notes of some of your comments and your questions, so I will attempt to go through it. And I've also asked the rest of the team to jump in to address some of the operational nature type questions that you've asked. I'll start off with the first question with Chief Archie Abbas. And what he outlined to this assembly with all of us is a vision that we all share. That when we were working with the province, going back even 8-9 years ago, when we first proposed this idea to work towards legislating or constituting NAPS to become an essential service, that we made very clear to Ontario that we were not interested in creating another OPP or to create a municipal style type police service. We wanted to work towards that vision that we all had when that agreement was signed with Ontario, with Canada. And I'm glad that former Grand Chief Bentley Chichu is here with us, because he's the one that signed this agreement over 30 years ago. And I remember the vision that was expressed at that time by the leadership that took part in that signing ceremony at the Valhalla Inn in Thunder Bay, that they wanted to create their own police service that will work for them, that will protect them, that will look like them, that will enforce their own laws. Like, the vision was there from day one. But over the course of the last 35 years, that vision wasn't quite realized. And we all saw the gaps. We all experienced just how poorly these First Nation police services across the country have been supported or funded. And that's why the Nishnawbe Aski Nation, especially after what happened in Casablanca, and I'm glad that the Councillor Mike Morris is here as well, but the tragic death of 15-year-old Lena Anderson, when she somehow took her life in the back of one of the OPP cruisers in the wintertime, because the OPP or the NAPS detachment did not have any heat in January and February. And so that's when we made that commitment to the family, to Lena's family and her community, that things will be different. And that's when this effort to work towards creating some sort of a mechanism or legislation that would lead SNAPs to be designated as an essential service, that's when that work began. And the vision has always been there, that we want NAPS to be uniquely ours. Not just the police service itself, but also once the Community Safety Policing Act came into effect in April of last year, and I'll touch on Chief Marshal Beardy's question about the lawsuit that was launched by Coup. But going back to the vision, that is still our vision. Even the oversight bodies, now that NAPS is governed by this act, there's other bodies that will now be in play. For example, with the recent police shootings that happened, the one in Deer Lake, if this had happened a year ago, the SIO would not be involved, because NAPS a year ago was not under this policing act. And we have insisted that even these bodies, the SIO, there's another body called YPRD, that there needs to be cultural safety, cultural competency built into these bodies as well as NAPS. That the NAPS governance need to up their game. That the board of directors will require additional training. And all aspects of NAPS needs to up their game so that we can actually meet these standards that are now in place for NAPS. And so I just want to assure Chief Wabas that we will not stop here. This is part of the transition process that NAPS is going through right now. But this process does not end today. That the vision that I spoke about is something that we all need to work towards still. And so I just want to give that assurance to Chief Wabas. Chief Karakwabit, I know you're online. You talked about the need for communities to be armed with resources that they need and the authority, but especially the financial resources that they need to be able to protect themselves, to protect their children, their families. And I've seen videos on YouTube of Chief Katakwabit and the council and Fort Albany going from house to house, risking their own lives sometimes, risking their own safety to go and confiscate drugs that they know that they're in that house. And as chiefs, you should not have to be put in that situation where you become the police officer in your own community. That is, it should be a police service. In this case, NAPS. And if they can't at this time enforce or prosecute your laws, then there needs to be perhaps an interim process where your laws, your bylaws can be enforced and prosecuted. And so that's the work that's also happening. And I'm glad that the chairman of NAPS, Brian McKay, referenced that they recognize, like right now, today, they recognize these gaps and these shortfalls. And they are committed to securing those resources from Ontario and from Canada to give to the communities so that they can enforce their own laws and their own bylaws. And Chief Marshal Beery asked about what is happening with that lawsuit. It's not with Canada, it's with Ontario. Because Chiefs of Ontario recognized that when this piece of legislation was being created, and when it was moving through the system, they recognized that there was no mechanism to enforce or prosecute bylaws. So that's why they launched that lawsuit. That was some time ago. It was former Regional Chief Glenn Hare. That was the regional chief then that him and his team launched this lawsuit. We haven't heard of any updates from that lawsuit, but it's still in the system. And I am sure that the current regional chief, I will make inquiries with him. I'm not sure when our next leadership council meeting will be, but I will raise that issue with him. And then I can report back to you on the status of that lawsuit. I also just want to acknowledge Chief Loon's comments, and I appreciate what you had to say. That as a chief now, but also as a former police officer of NAPS, you recognize the history of NAPS, where it's come from, and most importantly, where we think it needs to go. You know, the unique challenges that our NAPS officers have especially when they serve in a remote community, the challenges that exist in those remote communities, but also as a First Nations police officer. You know, as First Nations people, we know and we carry with us those teachings about how to keep each other safe, how to keep our community safe. And sometimes being an official police officer, those things come into conflict. And I think that's what you talked about earlier. That right now, NAPS is governed by the Community Safety and Policing Act, which may not always line up with our own teachings and our own ways of keeping our community safe. And I think as we go through this transition, we need to, first of all, acknowledge that, recognize that, but also how we can begin to incorporate those teachings, those cultural practices into the NAPS police service. I think, to me, that should be part of the board's mandate, is to do that. And so I would ask you, the leadership, to hold NAPS accountable to that moving forward. And that when they gather this fall, you remind them of that expectation, so that next year they will tell you how much work and how much progress they've made from today. I also just want to acknowledge Chief Wesley's comments. We know how much of a challenge it's been for the leadership of Moose Cree to keep their community safe. We hear about, you know, the drug operations and the busts that happen, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. And there's so much more that needs to be done. So I will ask our chief of police to maybe touch on some of the work that is happening to try to intercept and seize these illegal drugs, and the work that needs to happen to prosecute those that are committing these crimes so that they can be held accountable. And so I'll ask Chief Armstrong to touch on that. And then the closing comments by the NAPS chair, Frank McKay. I was glad to hear what he had to say, because he is speaking on behalf of the whole board. And as they go through this transition phase, that they know about the issues that you raised here today, the gaps and the challenges and what they have to do to address those gaps and to address those challenges. And I know that as part of the transition, they too have to go through additional training, that they have to meet standards as well on governance. And so I trust Frank and his team that they will do that. So I'll turn it over to Chief Armstrong to touch on some of the operational aspects of the questions that you raised.
Ache, bonjour. Just like to, as others, acknowledge the sacred items in the room, the elders, the leaders, and just wanted to speak a little bit in respect to, there wasn't a lot of questions directed at us operationally, but some very good dialogue in respect to what the expectations are of your police service, of the Nishnawbe Aski police service moving forward, and just express a little bit of how we've come to be where we are right now within the CSPA. I started in a remote fly in a Pekanjicum in '84, so that's 41 years ago. And we were talking about bylaws back then. And I don't see that there's been, you know, a lot of change in any directions in respect to how bylaws have changed, or the prosecution and the work. We were prosecuting back then some of the bylaws around liquor, but then the Ontario government walked away from it. They just totally walked away from it, and they didn't do fly-ins anymore to talk to that stuff. But one of the things we did when we sat down with the government before entering in the CSPA is we sat at the tables with them. There was NAN leadership, myself, the board, a number of people, and said that this is some of the stuff that you have to put into that CSPA when you rewrite it. And some of those things were this cultural competency, not just adequate and effective policing, but the cultural piece of how this has got to look for your communities and what you want. And they agreed to put that in there along with a number of things when it come to the protection, not only including citizens of Ontario, but to include First Nations. Because as you know, for many, many years, Nishnawbe Aski Police Service was drastically underfunded and was basically sinking a few years ago when the Grand Chief and a number of others said, this has got to stop. And if you don't change this, here's the keys. You know, it just can't go on like this. So the government came up with the idea to, you know, to allow First Nations police services in Ontario to enter into the Act and become part of the Policing Act for Ontario, which was, like, as we mentioned, in the process of changing. So to sit at those tables and have them change those things is going to work in our favor with this bylaw thing. And I think our board chair kind of was going down that road with that as well, to say that because that's in there, we can now say that part of our adequate, effective policing doesn't look like Durham's or Hamilton's or Toronto's. It looks like this. And if you're allowing us to provide adequate and effective policing, this is how it looks. We want to be able to have a bylaw that allows us to search planes, people coming on reserves on winter roads, all those things with our police force and not just with security, private security alone. So we're working right now with the board, legal teams and that, to work with the Act and how it's written to say that it's not the same as it was. Now they're talking, you've got it written right into your Act that you're going to listen to the people of NAN on how it looks like to have adequate and effective policing in your communities. So there's that piece of the Act that I think as we work our way down through this, and we're only December 10th, so it's the 14th of August. We're only 8 months into this Act. We've grown in size in that time. I think most people in the room probably follow our websites and our social media. We're doing 2 or 3 busts a week, not only just within our territory, but working collaboratively with other agencies, Timmins, Thunder Bay, OPP, to catch some of those drugs before they enter the communities. Actually, we just had a big bust, coordinated bust with Thunder Bay last night, a couple kilos of methamphetamine and cocaine that we know was going into the communities, but we were able to work with Thunder Bay and get it in at source, and rather than have it get to the community and run that risk of being distributed around the communities. But like I say, I don't want to get into a long heated. I know everybody's behind. I know there wasn't a lot of questions. I know that Chief Wesley asked a few questions in regards to follow up on charges. That's all public record. I'll have one of the Moose Factory sergeants. I'll talk to them about, you know, coming to you to see about specifics of which ones you're looking at, or whatever information you need as far as looking up those charges. And also, I've got a note from a young fellow at the table giving me all the directions that you wanted to have the drug issues meeting and have an officer present. We'll make that happen for you for the 13th of September. But like I say, it's just as we move on, NAPS is your police service, and we're hearing what you're saying. And there, like I say, there's a lot of good people out there doing a lot of good work for you, and we want to continue that. And we appreciate everything that's shared, even no matter how hard it is to hear, whether we're doing the best or we're doing the worst. We don't get better without you. And right now, like I say, we're in a huge growth area. We're only eight months into the Act, but we didn't wait to go into the Act to get ready. We were we were told by the government when we went in there that our police service was in better shape than a bunch of the municipal services that were already working the act for many years. So your police service is in pretty good shape, but there's still a lot of work to be done, a lot of work. So miigwech for listening.
Miigwech, Chief of Police. So I'm looking to the team here. Any more responses to the questions? If not, we'll go towards wrapping it up, closing comments on these two agenda items. I'm looking to the team behind me before we get on to the next one. Is this a question? Chief Wabas?
No, just to make people aware of how I understand the treaty land, and Indian Reserve. You know, my elders used to tell me about Indian Reserve. And they say, don't bring the laws inside your reserve. If you bring in the laws inside your reserve, you're going to lose that. You're going to lose that authority and right, right? And that's what we're doing here. We're bringing those laws inside the reserve. Inside the reserve, we make our own laws. We should understand that. You know, we are on treaty land, and there's this Indian reserves, and that's where our community is. And then that's where we make laws. And that's where we will accept or decline those laws of Ontario and Canada. You know, it's almost like a sovereign state. You know, when they not done here, that's the last place that we're sovereign, is inside Indian Reserve. We decide which laws come and which laws go, and which laws we're going to make inside the reserve. Yeah, thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Wabas. So I'm going to look to the team for any concluding comments. If there's any final comments, either Grand Chief or Deputy Grand Chief or any of the presenters. Deputy Grand Chief Matarawaban.
Okay, miigwech, just in closing, yeah, it's been a tough journey for all of us, all our communities. When it comes to trying to address the issue of drugs. I wish we could just openly confront the drug dealers and say, hey, you're killing our people. But we don't do that. And that's what we need to do. Openly confront the drug dealer and say, hey, how many more people must die? The drugs continue to overshadow everything we've been working hard to accomplish, to provide. And the back of my, sometimes that's the frustrating at the end of the day, when it gets very frustrating. Like the drug dealers themselves, they have to know what they're doing. They have to be told what they're doing. We're doing our best. We're doing our best to work for you, to work for the communities. So with that, I just want to say thank you to the team, our non-legal police services. We'll continue to find solutions or to find ways to make our bylaws effective or work for us. It's one step at a time, the way I can look at it. policing was a was in a very desperate situation at one time. But now Nishnawbe Aski Police Services at the international level is the biggest police service in all of Canada or even the United States. We have done something. We have accomplished something. We've also made inroads to make changes to provincial laws. So I'm sure if we keep plugging away, we'll find ways. Don't forget, coming up in October, we will be able to spend more time to have this conversation. Mr. Mingus, what you say?
Miigwech, Deputy Grand Chief, and Miigwech Chiefs for the really thorough discussion. Thank you. So it is now 1:51. We need to start our closing protocols for the assembly at 2 p.m. A lot of logistics in terms of travel to get back home. We need rides, individual rides from here to the docks. We need the boats from the docks across the lake to Moosonee. Then we need individual rides from the docks at Moosonee to the airport. So that takes time. So the closing protocols need to start at 2 p.m. So we need to wrap up all of our discussions by 2 o'clock. We have 8 minutes left. The suggestion was going to be we could start resolutions, but I know we can't get very far in 8 minutes. The other option would have been get to some more of the agenda items. I know there's 5 or 6 more agenda items. Being realistic, that's not going to happen. As part of this specific issue, we had brought 3 issues together. One of the agenda items was a discussion on police-involved deaths. So we can get into that discussion with the limited time we have, but also being aware that we were advised earlier in the Assembly that this issue will come up also at the Assembly of First Nations level, that there is a push by NAN leadership to bring forward this specific issue again nationally, that this is not just a local issue, but it is a national problem. We did have some discussion on day 1. So I'm throwing this out there, a couple of options, continue with that, or we can bring it up again at the Assembly of First Nations level, and also have further discussion at your assembly in October. The other is start the resolutions or open it up to another agenda item, but we are very limited in time. I'm going to look to Chief Wabas because you're the one that asked for that agenda item. Chief Wabas.
I had asked for an agenda to kind of what I wanted to say was, you know, the police shooting incidences. If that's the trend, that's happening in our communities. Like if that's the trend in the future, I'm trying to be proactive. Gani na pakusan naman igajigisteg here. So how do I make sure that that doesn't happen? You know, how do I make sure that doesn't happen in my community? Where's going to know to get other people? Anin you get to take one iga here to one. He kagisig on these past 3 incidences. There's a family, a relative living in our community that were impacted. And I was kind of waiting for them to call for something, to call for help. Like I'm going to be waiting for them, waiting for the family. I mean, and also First Nation that's being impacted. I think there should be an open door. An open door to the Chiefs Forum to come to us. To point them out, guys, about send them out good now. Mia guy, Daban here. You guys are signing what's again. I wish I could control my policing services in the community. I really can't because they're legislated. They're under Ontario law. I can't really enforce our laws to them. You know, they're following Ontario law. And when that incident is happening, it's at the police's discretion. You know, I can't say to the police, "Go on, Vasquez Ganabaston." I can't because we know actually that's their. They're going to have to do. They're going to have to use that force if they feel threatened, or if they see that person is not, you know, restraining. Yeah, okay. So, may ka kananagan naman hangin like kanin ka ginasin samagens kanin you have tumbas again. Yeah, chicken. What's the protocol here is the question. Yeah. Okay, I may say, yeah.
Miigwech, Ugumakan, Yugai Kidien, Ega Entawendawak, Awashmejum Wessemagak, Ega Janachne, I sick you guys sick. Miwe Ego the Jamadan Quinanunk, Ega you Awashme Janya Umbwesek, Miwe Intonanekian. Ego Gnondago, Gnondaguk, Kudagik Ugumakana Gnondaguk. Ni taman wijigabo itago inyo gakidin. Ego chamadan pinano ego nungum. That's the strong message. Strong message is this cannot become the norm, and something needs to be done. Something needs to be put in place now to make sure that this doesn't happen and become the norm. And so there is again that invitation to come forward and have those discussions. There is another assembly coming up. Also, NAN Leadership Grand Chief has previously advised that this will be brought up at the national level as well at the Assembly of First Nations. So, Miwe, that is a strong message, very strong message. Miwe gaikintin. Ego gnondago kaano kunigani tamagik. Miwe ega mwajizwani kinano. That's the message I'm hearing. So with that, thank you very much. And I know Grand Chief hears that message, and that will be taken forward as well. I want to make sure we follow proper protocols and respect the host First Nation and close this in a good way. This assembly, Michue Ajay Seg Magawi Kwe. Gabaygadek. 2 o'clock to Gabaygadek Gikadnano Miaje. It's 1:59. And so we will wrap up. I want to make sure we follow and be respectful to our host nation who is helping us out and arranging the logistics for travel. They are doing that now as we speak. So we will start the closing now. Miwe Chanamaji Gabaygadek. On behalf of my colleagues, chairs, thank you very much for the honor, the privilege to help out. I really want to commend you all for all your hard work, dedication, working late, both nights and all day today to deal with all the issues. And I know that the commitment that you have is heartfelt. We can feel it in the room. So thank you very much for all your hard work. Any final comments?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, Proxy Frank.
Frank McKay, what's going to happen to the resolutions? What's going to happen to the resolutions?
So we had 21 resolutions. We did deal with the procedural resolutions. They will have to be moved to the next assembly whenever that may be. I don't think it's been confirmed yet. There is the assembly in October, but I know that that's a little bit structured a little bit differently. I'm not sure that those resolutions will be done at that time, but the team will take that back. Basically, I can't give you a date. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we do have the resolutions to deal with. There's many options. I can't stick my neck out and say this is what we're gonna do. Yeah. So what we are going to do is, as part of the closing protocols, we'll have Chief Peter Wesley come and address the group, closing protocols, closing remarks, and Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler will provide his closing remarks. We will invite the elders to come up for the closing prayer. We'll have Elder Terry Fiddler and Elder Barney Batiste, and then we'll have the closing song. In terms of the protocol with the song, because of the reality we are in right now with the time, the flags will stay up, but the Eagle staffs will be properly retired as part of the closing song. Delegates and those that are those going to Timmins on Air Bravo, you have to be at the airport at 3:45, so you need to go first. You are the priority, the ones going to Timmins. Any closing comments from my colleagues? Okay, on behalf of my colleagues, thank you very much. So I'll ask Chief Wesley if Chief Wesley, we'll invite you to come and address the assembly. And I know he's looking back. If you're joining Chief Wesley, come on up. It looks like he's got some members of his council. You're on. Yeah.
I've asked my members of council to come up as well, just to be part of our closing ceremony. I just want to, at this time, again, acknowledge all the chiefs that made the effort to be here personally. I know when the invite comes out and you wonder where the location is at, where is that? You say, but I'm really thankful that you're able to come here and to be part of it. Because as I was thinking about that throughout the assembly, it gives you a greater appreciation of what each First Nation faces in their own personal territory, in their own homeland. And it also gives you your own greater appreciation of what you have in your First Nation. And I believe that helps us to understand each other much better and where each First Nation is coming from when they speak at these assemblies. So once again, I'm thankful for being here, for coming out. I want to acknowledge the elders. Thank you for being here as well. We do appreciate you. We really are honored to have you here with us, and also to the youth and to the elders to the youth and the women for being here as well. Again, I hope you enjoyed your time here with us at Moose Cree, and we look forward to having you here once again, and maybe in 2 or 3 years, I don't know. But it is great to have you here, and I thank Grand Chief Fiddler for the honor of allowing us to host the assembly. We are really excited, and there's challenges, but I believe our community has stepped up to accept that challenge. And before we close, I just want to make a token of our appreciation to the Grand Chief Fiddler from Moose Cree, and I have my counselors, Pauline Rickard and Kathy Ferris Quadrigan, and our youth counselor as well, who is a co-chair of this meeting. He did a great job. And before we go too far, I think we should acknowledge all the workers that did a fantastic job of putting this together. And I just want to, I wish you all safe travel mercies as you make your way home. And maybe, you don't know, maybe we'll see you again in a very near future. And with that, I want to turn it over. I want to make a presentation to Grand Chief Fiddler.
It's your portrait.
Yeah.
Miigwech, Chief Peter Wesley. I'll now call upon Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler for his closing remarks.
Miigwech. Miigwech kumak mando guys like Jenny Kumachi Donan. I just want to acknowledge my own family. First of all, my wife Tisa and our kids. They're not listening right now. They're traveling. But I was thinking about them this week because the work that we do, and I know you know this as chiefs, it's not just us as an individual doing this work. It's also our families that make these tremendous sacrifices that we are sometimes called to make. So I just want to thank my own family for allowing me to do the work that I do. I also just want to say miigwech to all of you chiefs and delegates, to the non-executive, to our incredible team at NAN that support us every day in doing this work, to our advisory councils, our women council, our youth, our elders, miigwech for being there with us. And we heard your reflections earlier today that we need to do more to incorporate your voice in the work that we do. I also just want to say miigwech to our chairs, Adam, Connie, and Isaiah, for facilitating these discussions in the last 3 days. I know there's a lot of unfinished business from this meeting, and we talked about this prior to us traveling here, that we recognize the need to have a follow-up meeting, and we will announce one soon. It will either be in the last week in March or the first week of November will be our next NAN full Chiefs Assembly, and we'll make that announcement very shortly, because we know that the issues that you raised here this week are not only important, but they're urgent. And so we need to make sure that the work continues on from this assembly to the next and in between. And if there's any significant developments on any of the items that you raised with us, we will give you an update to let you know if there's any events happening, any meetings or any court hearings, for example. If we want you to be there, we will let you know so that you can make arrangements for your travel or for your council or your youth. So miigwech to Moose Cree, Chief Peter Wesley, your council, everyone here in Moose Cree, thank you so much for making us feel so welcome here. this week for the food and for the transportation, for looking after us, for the entertainment. We say to you, miigwech, for everything that you did for us this week. And I just want to just also say miigwech to anyone that I missed, including our support staff, our IT staff, our interpreters. I see one of them over there, Teresa. Angus is here as well. Miigwech for supporting our meetings with the gift that you have with the language. So miigwech for that. And I just want to say miigwech to those that listen as well by video. And I wish all of you safe travels home, and we will see you again very soon. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Grand Chief. So we will now have the closing prayer. We have the two elders, Elder Terry Fiddler and Barney Batiste. They will decide who goes first. Closing prayer, and then we will have the final song, the closing song. I'm not sure which song it will be, but we'll have a closing song. And as part of the closing song, the Eagle staffs will be retired here at the front. We will leave the flags up here as they have been posted. So with that, miigwech, meeting is adjourned, and we'll now close with a prayer followed by the song. Can I get them to stand now? All right. Ishpin Gashktoyan Jabazgian. If you're able to, if you can please stand. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Egan mamen manito kabets ka megan kanawene megwek nongum gagishgak. Mi ko ekdian ma chek tinen da man genin ekasktuan gabets chanish ne nano dagosian gagish minshit ni mama hegon dada. Miskej kibamak oenongum maach mistake agitasin chakadege gunjishoen dagok miwe. Miigwech manito Shoneaka mego desnekas atik dodem mikinak desion bejago meteo. Kinanako mego maneto nongom gag kayap tagishgak maots mste e kobandeshiang e gisiwadson. Ek pisendoshiang maots yane makke gatisnjaga degegun. Kaskenda mon maots mste yang shagatenda mon maots mste e kakskagwang. Oe Kawaw ni ang kazagang ito ang do dem nanak. Bisa siya kagawits mi gawin gabits man ito. Jimin siyang oe pimadson, minop madson. Ego ge minoyawan. Kagawits mi go ge man ito. Tsaka no inda mo siyang kazagang ito ang norsa nanak. Gobetag nanak, ni Johnson nanak. Ego ge o goegag. Ega gagas kituat nanda chijaat kchiag. Siganoin matagabits. Gabits right in Egan was a china watch. Ego going those got Ziminan March Machagon got the Ben Megwatch. Kegin Manito Gagwets Mego. Peshawagis Gagawin was a charm the mud. Ega wetchin and the mud. Ega Egon count up mud and gabbits. Me always wets me going nongum. Kinagano ene mo go makan magagi pisat sigo ge kagi naps kage watch wana shona no go ge gano kiat ma match miste again no wam deshan esage shan we kino magaya wa to makan magat bendang oe match miste egi kano ap megot oe kagi tot dang Oe tira no en mi go ang nongam. Oe game ni me shomis. Oe bategan gawi non donget. Oe ge epak sen magawa ni me shomis dan tira no en mi go ang wet nigan. Ega ge gonji seg bimusionenan. Kina ge gonji minaseg. Mi oe tira go its minan nongam manito. Kina ge gon kipagit na mago gin. Kina ge gon e kasktuin making. Mi oe. Miigwech kito miigwech.
No. I think just closing with that prayer is good. It's just good. We leave with that, what she said in our minds and in our hearts. I think that's good. And safe travels. When you get home, I hope you find your family all in good health and happy. And we'll see you again next time, won't we? Miigwech. Thank you.
worked out. Everything worked out. Everything worked out.
Safe travel.
Sure, yes, very good. Thank you for welcoming.
Safe travel.
Good.